I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of June 4th, 2024. Tonight is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by the telephone. City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Present.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on Public Works Maintenance Center Facility Plan Overview. Following our study session, we will go into executive session to discuss two matters related to the potential acquisition of real property. We will then expect to reconvene at our regular meeting time at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just logistically, when the study session is over, we're going to be doing the executive session up in the Rose Hill room, so we'll be moving. So we are very excited to have our first conversation of our small but mighty Public Works Maintenance Center. It's been kind of the little engine that could, and so we are excited to bring this first of a series of presentations about what we need to do to make sure that our Public Works Maintenance Center is adequate for the services our community expects. So here to kick us off is our Director of Public Works, Chuck Deaver, and our Deputy Director of Public Works, Cliff Gavkin, and they're going to also introduce the consultants.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and members of the council, thank you very much for having us tonight to talk about our favorite topic, the Public Works Maintenance Center, and the plan overview, the facilities plan overview that we are presenting to you tonight. I will introduce our guests momentarily. I'm Chuck Deaver. I'm the Interim Public Works Director, and as the City Manager introduced, Chris Gavigan is our Deputy Director of Public Works, and we also have Leanne Skipton here, who is our Facilities Manager. So this project has been a long time coming, I think, as everybody understands. We're asking the question, why are we doing this now, and why are we shining such a spotlight on the Public Works Maintenance Center? I think it's important to just go back into history, past 10 years, and look at all of the wonderful investments that the City Council and the city has already made towards our growing city. So we've previously invested in City Hall, as you know, where it was remodeled, where we sit today. We started 10 years ago on acquiring and developing the Kirkland Justice Center, which houses the police department and courts. There was an acquisition and renovation for Parks Maintenance Center, where we were recently for the financial retreat, and of course we have some fire stations that we've invested in. Most recently, the opening of Fire Station 27. So, as you can see with the pictures here, a lot of investment in our facilities to really accommodate our current needs and our growing needs as a city. So, having looked at what we have invested in, we wanted to look at where there's additional need. And as you know, Public Works Maintenance Center has been around for a while, but our scope and our needs have grown and our staff have grown. So the maintenance center, now I'll just go back to the picture at the beginning here. Here's a quick depiction of it. It is undersized for the operational needs and for the demands. When it was first built, it was designed for 35 people, and now we're at about 91 full-time staff and growing. So having said that, the building itself is also coming of age, where it's life safety improvements are necessary, and we need to bring it up to immediate occupancy standards, keeping in mind that we are also first responders in Public Works and at the Operations and Maintenance Center. We respond to floods. We respond to tree limbs being down, similar to what we experienced this last weekend, sewage spills. We're first on site. And so as first responders, there is definitely a need to ensure that the facilities that we're in have the ability for us to respond to emergencies and ensure that it's up to code. So having said that, This leads us to our conversation for tonight. I do want to introduce our guests now. Julie Bassick and Rish Ukil are from Makers Architecture and Urban Design. We had put out an RFP and contracted with them starting September of 23, and they were hired on to study our needs and develop a facilities plan. So I will turn this over to them, and they will run you through the findings of their investigation into our facility.
Thank you so much, Chuck. I am delighted to be here in the first of 3 briefings to let you know what we have found and then to answer any questions that you might have with our work to date. It's been a great partnership so far, working with many city staff. Let's see if I can, there we go. And all of the different leads of all the lines of business, as well as a number of collaborative folks from other departments to guide us along the way. So it's been a really great process so far. Today, we're going to hit the high points of the project just to ground us all in what our scope was and our schedule. Rish is going to walk you through our major findings in the first third of the effort, and then we're going to summarize, with Chris's help, the space needs and next steps. A little bit of context about why it's such a good idea to do a facilities plan. Kudos to all of you for investing your staff time and your resources in taking a step back from the day-to-day responses and operations that these folks are doing and thinking about, before you spend continually on responding to maintenance issues and investing in the site, making sure you have a bigger picture vision of where you're headed over there. It's also an opportunity to really think about what you're going to need for the future. So as you know, the site area has been the same since the year 2000. With the annexation, there was a number of housing units and road miles added in the north of town, and then you have 24% growth expected in your city by 2044. So this facilities plan is a great opportunity to be smart about what investments are needed, be strategic about how they go in on that site, anticipate growth and constraints, and think about the best way forward, and then invest to make sure that this facility reflects your values, as does some of the other facilities that you've recently invested in. Oh, I had it. Here we go. Our project will result in a strategic roadmap. So this is not a design, but what it is a calculation of space you're going to need to serve your community. So what would you need if you built this from the ground today to serve current demand, as well as what we project you're going to need in the future? What near-term investments are critical, and how do those fit into a long-term vision? To build support for that vision among your staff, among all the lines of business in public works, and among yourselves, and then to designate project champions so that as these investments, as you all know, major capital facilities investments can take a decade from their plan to when you are occupying a facility on the ground. Now, I think I've heard that your staff is poised to move faster and to do things like land acquisition and interim investments at a faster clip than maybe Rish and I have experienced with some of those other clients, which is a huge advantage. But still, it is important that you identify who will take this ball forward as Rish and I and Makers and our whole consultant team sunset our work in a few months. Wrong way. Here we go. Our project's in 4 phases. We're wrapping up the first half, as we mentioned, and that's why we're here reporting findings to you. We've completed our assessment. We've looked at future needs, and we're a little ways into exploring alternatives, technical review, and costing, and that will be the focus of our next briefing, which is TBD, but I think tentatively scheduled for end of July. We'll see where that lands. And then hoping to wrap the study up toward the end of summer and be back in front of you with a pre-final briefing to get any of your last thoughts. And with that, I'll pause to see if there's any questions about our project overall and turn it over to Rish. Oh, yes, sir.
So you had a projected square footage need in here,
Indeed.
and you projected that at, today it's 65,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
You projected the need at 138.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a year that you thought 138 was what we needed, or, I just,
Yeah, I think that is,
that's,
yeah, go ahead,
more
That's-
Rish.
than double we currently have.
Yeah,
That's based on today's needs
yeah.
or current needs.
And a big driver there, sir, and we'll get there in those slides in a few minutes, if other folks are wondering where that info is the need to cover fleet and equipment. So that is a strong recommendation to get good value. You've got some $350,000 and higher pieces of equipment sitting out there uncovered. So it is best practice to put those under cover, and that's part of that square footage.
Okay. All right, I'm asking because it's, quite a jump from where we're at.
Yep, good question.
So let's go ahead and go through the presentation.
All right. So the next section, I will brief you a little bit about the major findings to date, which is based on our interviews with staff, but also on our own site observations. But before we dive into the findings, a little bit about your facility. You might be aware of different things on the site, but this is a quick overview of what exists on the site. The site today is divided into 3 parcels. As you can see, the bottom left, which is marked with building A, that's your admin building, also has a big lunchroom, but also crew support spaces. Across the street, you have the bigger property, which has building B, which is the fleet shop, C, which is primarily the shop and the warehouse, has a lot of makeshift crew support spaces, but also a bit of overhang around 3 sides of that building for that covered fleet parking we were just talking about. Building D, that is a heated storage for your Vector trucks, but also any other temperature-sensitive materials. On a higher level, you have building E, which is storage for equipment, some materials, and also some makeshift crew support spaces. Continuing even higher up on the property is the decant, but also a lot of bulk material storage, primarily on the upper end, but also spread throughout the site. And then building F, which is the northernmost parcel cut off from the rest of the site, that is being used as a storage for the city, primarily used for long-term storage for fire, but we understand that storage will be vacated as fire relocates those functions. There's also some recently improved office spaces currently not used, but we understand it will be used by Public Works in the near future. All right, some good news. As you can see from the map on the right, and you're probably aware that the site is centrally located in Kirkland. Given limited land availability, that is a very good location, and also we talk about this in a future presentation, but there's also potential to expand on the site. Most of the buildings are midlife, which means they're about 33 years, so they're relatively new. We also want to note that there has been some relatively recent investments in the last 10 years or so to improve your fleet shop, to decant, and also covering some of the materials that needs to be covered inside. In the last 10 years or so, there have been more staff and equipment that has been added, and also relocation of parks maintenance that has allowed Public Works to use up some of the freed up space over there. The not so good news is, as Julie mentioned, that you are still serving an expanded site, or you're serving an expanded area from that same site. As you know, in 2011, Kirkland annexed Pin Hill, Kingsgate, and Juanita, so that added about 65% to your overall service area. You do not provide all the services to that area, such as water, which is provided by the North Shore Utility District, but you do have about 233 lane miles of right-of-way that you have to manage today. Pre-annexation, you had about 35 full-time employees, including facility staff. Today, you have almost tripled to 91 full-time employees, excluding facilities. You are also using not just this site, but also 2 other sites, South Reservoir and McAuliffe Park, for other storage and also dumping spoils. that crews have to visit almost daily and multiple times during a day. As we also mentioned, housing units are expected to grow by about 24% in the next 20 years. So essentially, bottom line, maintenance center is out of capacity to meet current needs, and a phased investment is needed to address all your needs, not just today, but 10 years, 20 years down the line. A little bit about the site itself. We have some pictures over there. As you can see, it's a very hilly site, and especially the bigger parcel, which has 4 of your buildings. So it's a constrained site with a lot of steep topography and large vehicles, especially big Vector trucks. They have to access all of this grade. You can see from that image over there on the bottom left that there are steep ramps, which are also narrow, that the crew vehicles have to go about. The picture on the bottom right that shows you have a lot of blind corners on the site. It can get pretty crowded and hazardous for staff who are at the site at that time. 3 parcels means you essentially have an open campus, so that impacts your security and safety. There have been multiple instances of break-ins and theft of materials on the site in the past. Staff parking is also not secure. What we understand, it's also not sufficient. Even though you have a main staff parking, there are on-site, off-street parking that staff has to use today. And frequently, public cuts across your property whenever it's possible. We also want to highlight some potential safety and quality of workspace issues, such as air quality and hazardous material storage on site. Backup generator for the main admin building is across the right-of-way, which is not a good practice, but from what we understand, your staff has purchased 2 backup generators, are in the process of reviewing locations, so that issue could be resolved soon. And finally, some shops. It's not ideal, but as I mentioned, there are a lot of makeshift crew support spaces, so staff uses their shops essentially for lunchroom. Again, this is not a good practice, and it could be hazardous given fumes are in those shops. So inside the buildings, again, the spaces are outmoded. Even though it was built in the 90s, the buildings are mid-life, but the spaces are outmoded because you have a lot more staff, almost triple than what it was planned for. A few things we want to highlight here is inefficient receiving and handling, and also distributed storage across the site. So what that does is it impacts how material is, the oversight of materials from staff, but also impacts their day-to-day efficiency. As I mentioned, you have a couple more sites where you are going daily, including the South Reservoir, where you have overflow storage and requires sometimes 2-3 trips for certain groups during a day. Support spaces are inadequate. They're also separate from crew areas. So we're talking about lockers, showers, restrooms, laundry, and drying area, the daily needs for your crews. As you know, Public Works supports major response events, and during emergencies, some staff stay on the site 24/7 for a few days. There is not enough spaces to support the emergency capability of that facility for those staff that are signing up to stay for that operations.
Can I ask, can you
Yep.
explain that a little bit more for me? Are we talking about places for people to sleep if they're working a long shift, or?
Yes,
Okay.
that is one of the few things that are required for that. Yeah.
What else?
If I may, storm events, when we have the storm events that happen, snow, many other things, at one point they had small places where they would put up cots to sleep, to stay overnight because of the lack of ability to go anywhere.
Yeah.
We have no space there now for them to go or do anything. So it was part of this plan is to try to figure out how to accommodate that. So that was what part of this is about, is that has disappeared because of the space restraints.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Penny, or Councilmember Sweet?
Follow-up question to that. Has there been any discussion about co-locating first responders during emergency events?
There has, and the biggest thing we run into, and strategically, how do we do that and whatnot, is that all the equipment, all the tools, all the communication, our SCADA systems, everything are all compacted into that building. Possibilities are there, that's for sure. But just right now, we don't have the ability to do that, and we really have nowhere else to go. That's the other part that we're hoping to help with, get some help with how to work through that too.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you for letting me interrupt you.
Yep, no worries. So the last few things are shops. Again, undersized across the board. That has been the biggest need for public works today. The case in point is that fleet shop over there. As you can see, the ladder truck, it doesn't fit. Especially during winter months, crews cannot actually support that maintenance, so they'll actually have to go to the fire station. So that is one of the things. For the office spaces, not a big inadequacy, but there are some inadequacies, especially for crews that have to do their report writing at the end of the day. But also touchdown spaces for public works staff who are based at the city hall or at the annex, who frequently have to go there to collaborate with their colleagues. There is also not enough collaboration space over there. There's only one mid-sized conference room that's essentially a converted drawing room. So that means crew doesn't have any drawing room. So there are knock-on effects of converting spaces or taking up crew spaces for offices. So we also, the city actually contracted a separate consultant under a separate contract for 2 studies, the facility condition and seismic study. So the full findings of that study will be brought to council, I think, by staff later. But these are some of the draft findings that are relevant for this project and we wanted to highlight today. The first is the facility condition findings. As I mentioned earlier, most of your buildings are midlife, so they are in sound condition, but typically the systems are starting to fail. So that is nothing wrong, but that is typical of a building of that age. This is true for all your buildings except building E, which is approximately 75 years old. So we noted, or this study noted significant foundation and superstructure issues for that building. Essentially, most of the roofing is nearing end of life, and some air handling unit could be upgraded. This is primarily the big deficiencies that was discovered by this study. The 2 columns on the right that you can see, the current deficiencies through 2028 and the predicted renewal 2029 to 2042, a sum total of 11 million. Again, that is required to improve the building conditions. And again, important to note, this does not address any seismic deficiencies or any of the functional issues that we talked about today.
Council, any questions on that?
I would just note that this is also part of the CIP discussion, so there's a lot of work being done on that, and there's things like our facility sinking fund that have the opportunity to address some of these facility issues separate from the idea of expansion and renovation of the maintenance center. So there's a lot more you're going to hear over the fall about how all of these things come together. So just when you see all that, don't worry, there is a plan. There's a plan for that.
Councilmember Sweet.
I'm hoping that when we do come to that point, we will take the items out of the CIP plan as well as this data in terms of looking at the overall picture.
Yes.
Particularly if it's going to require some land acquisition.
Yes, that's exactly what we'll hope to do for you.
Okay, go ahead.
And the other part of that same study was the seismic, and this was done for all your city facilities. I'll start off with that graphic on the right. So that graphic, what it shows is different kinds of seismic performance or upgrades that a building can have. On the very left is operational. So that means essentially if there's a major earthquake, that building will stand. The systems will likely not be affected too much. There won't be loss of life, and it could be operational even during an earthquake. There might be some damage, but very little to no damage for that building. That is also the most expensive. Essentially, if you go right, you can see there's going to be more damage, unlikely loss of life in any of them, but the systems of the building will start to fail as you go towards immediate occupancy, life safety, or collapse prevention. So existing buildings today do not meet any of those codes, but buildings that are planned for continued use should at a minimum have that life safety standard. So what that means is the building may sustain some damage, but there won't be loss of life, but you may not be able to use that building after that earthquake. You can use a building after an earthquake for storing crew equipment and supplies that are required for disaster response, and for that you would need at least immediate occupancy or operational. So any buildings where Public Works needs to store materials or crews that are required for that emergency response, any building is candidate for that. This study also looked at, is it cost effective to do that for all your buildings? So at a high level, only upgrades to building A appears cost effective. For the other, it requires a major investment. It is likely going to be disruptive to your current operations, essentially requires a massive renovation for those buildings. So just to summarize what we just went over, so it's a well-located site, as we heard, and there are some potential expansion opportunities that we will go over in a future presentations. Split site means there are security concerns across the board. Circulation is constrained because it was planned for vehicles and staff from a long time ago. You're definitely supporting a lot more staff over there today. The buildings are midlife, so they're not designed for today's operations because operations has changed, and again, it will not support growth in the future. As you'll see us talk about today, but also in future, is shops, crew support, and storage. They are the most efficient, and covering them and having them in temperature-sensitive spaces is very critical for public works operations. And as just mentioned, buildings B, C, D, and F, they cannot be cost-effectively upgraded to immediate occupancy standards. So only A can be upgraded to meet that standard cost-effectively. So again, bottom line, facility investment is required to meet current needs and plan for evolving workload. And I'll pass it over to Chris to talk about those needs and evolving workload.
Thank you.
Workload drivers. I get this to go forward. So a lot of the things that we had on here, some of this is repeat, but a lot of the things that's create a lot of this is the equipment, all the great investments we've had in equipment and upgrading things and getting the good tools that they need to do their jobs, we've run out of space to put them. And we've invested, city's invested in staff. There's been a lot of great investments, but now we don't have places to put them. Now, a lot of that stuff, the new sweeping equipment and stuff that we've had that takes care of the city, as we just received a few more of them, sweepers, and as the vectors, as we've mentioned, there's just nowhere to put them. And the paving machine, which was an awesome investment that was done by this group, those investments would have created some of these problems, but they're good problems to have because it enables him to do the work that is needed to be done. But with that, in our snow removal equipment, just in the last several years here, we've invested a lot in the snow removal equipment to make sure that we handle all those needs and fix all the things that we had that we weren't getting taken care of before, as far as getting all the roads plowed and all the things that we can do. So those investments have increased. And some of the things that Rich was referring to is we've taken South Res and we've cleared as much property as we can, and we're storing equipment up there because we have nowhere to put it. But it is open under the trees, and it does damage it very severely by letting it sit out in the weather like that. Supplies is another thing. Is some of the pictures we'd seen in the past of that, a lot of the supplies in the other shops, they reference to shops as the workshops for water, sewer, streets and grounds and whatnot. We're double stacking things, and there's no place to even store actually essential supplies we need on a daily basis. We run constantly to go get those supplies because there's nowhere to store them. And that's just, it's not very cost effective to do that. Things that have contributed to this, changes in the environment, changes in the different things that we've had, which has been supported to do it. We just, it's just a problem that we've somewhat created. Kind of going into the aging infrastructure, that's part of the storage part and whatnot that we have, is we have been required to carry more tools, more valves and other items to make sure that we can quickly mend and take care of some of the things that we have that we needed to deal with. But part of that aging infrastructure that is probably one of the bigger concerns is that we have 2 restrooms across that way for 50 staff at any given time. And we've been innovative, and we have porta potties out there and other things, which aren't the best thing depending on the season, the time of year, but we've been working through trying to make these things work, and the crews have done a great job doing that. One of the other things that was in that building B over there that is concerning is that half of our locker space that we have for our crews, because they change their clothes daily, are in the hallways, the walk hallways where they're at if we ever take a tour through there, which I'd love to have you all do at some point if you'd like to. Those lockers are down the middle of those aisles, and they actually change in their work areas because we don't have adequate space. I mean, and they're not, they've been very patient about it, whereas we work through that, but we just steadily keep growing, and that's some of the things that creates that. Some of the things we had talked about, is regulatory, the federal regulatory and stuff that we get down to the bottom end of this. The regulations dictate a lot of this that we need to do. We get into our decant system and whatnot, and that decant is all the waste that comes from our sweepers, our vectors and whatnot. On a daily basis, we have to haul that out. We have nowhere to put it. So that was part of where we're hauling in and out quite a bit, which is it's very expensive to keep doing that. We're looking at ways to get it in there where we can dry and be more effective and efficient the way we do things. You know, it was kind of an interesting picture that one of the shop there is the truck from the fire department. You can't get it all the way in the building to work on it. And it's just because wasn't designed for equipment that big. As we grow and we get bigger. But we keep investing in our other fire and whatnot. It creates some of that, which is just something we need to address. The shop is literally half the size it is. And some of the stuff that's created some of the other needs that we're working for some other things coming up is that the specialty equipment and stuff that Public Works needs is not something your normal mechanic just works on. We need to actually train our mechanics to do that, or we need to send it out. And I mean, I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but sending equipment out, when you send it out, it takes two people, one to take it, one to bring it back. You burn probably at least 2 hours every time we do that, there and back. And it's very expensive to have trained technicians to do that. Something we're working on is doing that more in-house, but we don't have the space. But we are training our folks, and that's something, the other investment that has come from you all here and is much appreciated, is ability to train our staff and to grow them. So that is something else, just another problem we created, but a good problem to have. It mentioned in this too, the topography, which is something we can't change, but we have one way up, one way down, that hill, that triangle hill that you've seen going up there. And we're working on trying to improve that so that we don't have that just as one way, but it is a concern if we ever had an emergency, or when we have snow and ice, we have actually strategically moved our stuff to the bottom of that hill and used some of the sheds that we've had to put up for dry storage for the environmental supplies of ice, the salt, sand, all the other materials that we carry, bring them down below. But we have transferred summer to winter, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a lot of work to move it. But we've tried to reduce that safety risk. It's something I'm very much a proponent of, not putting folks at risk. So working towards that. And the next one.
Hang on one second. Councilmember
Not
Sweet.
till the end.
Oh, you want to wait? Never mind, go ahead.
Okay. Space needs was something else that was brought up, is a big item. Currently, immediately, we're about 2.2 acres short. And that's to fit immediate needs. Looking at acquiring property, like you had mentioned, is something that's probably one of the most important first steps that we're looking at, is getting that property to try to kind of give us some space to move a little bit and to grow into our plans. And then future, of course, we need to look at more, but current space and then the current building that you had mentioned, is a lot of that needs to be addressed. Is almost all of our equipment sitting outside. And it's very hard on the equipment. Like I said, it's up at South Res. We have it at other places, sharing spaces where we can and being strategic. But and it opens it up for security too. As I mentioned, we've had some folks climb over the fence, which we've addressed that. And through quite a few different things, we've fixing the fences and get them to where we can be not only pleasing to the eye, but they're also to where we can keep folks from climbing over them. But they still get into there and they still do things, and we're working on some of that. But if they're in buildings and they're secured, not only they keeps them from deteriorating, but it also keeps them safe and secure. So.
All right, and I'll just pick up from there. You saw the current need for Kirkland, and here's just a quick comparator with some of our neighboring cities in the area. And you'll see that we added, from what you see in your packet, we added some information for Bellevue and Redmond at request. Just keep in mind that those numbers are about 7 years old. We don't have the latest numbers, but it wasn't exactly apples to apples, and that's why originally we had kept it off. But as you can see, we're trailing some of the other agencies that are out there. Our need is 8.2 acres. We're at 6, and you look at Bothell, for instance, they've got 5.2 with only 80 staff. Issaquah has 18 acres with 70 staff. So we're growing exponentially based on the scope and the need of the city and of our constituency, but not keeping pace in terms of our built area. Any questions regarding this slide?
Not yet. Oh, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Are all those 8.2 acres there next to the CKC? Are those located in different?
You mean the 6 point?
The 6
They could be,
6.0?
the six are,
This-
yeah.
Yes. Those are currently broken up, actually, those, as they're separated out, that is totaling all that up. And they're looking for an additional 2.2 acres just to fulfill what we currently have. But yes, it is all on that, the first slide that we had, we could probably spin back to.
Yeah, the buildings A through F
Yeah.
that you saw, yeah. So let's talk about next steps. What we're doing is we're looking at potentially property acquisition. That's been Maker's recommendation, is to really look at what our options are to expand, acquire where we can. We're also looking at going into the next budget. What can we invest in for a cost-effective near-term improvement? So maybe some of that, what we'd call quick wins in the next biennium, things that we can accomplish in the next couple of years with the resources that we have. And then, of course, having to look at the long-term vision. So right now, we focus today on our current needs, really looking at 10 years from now, 20 years from now, what is our population going to look like, and what type of staffing we'll need to increase to accommodate the extra demand from our growing city. So having said that, Chris had mentioned earlier, we would like to invite council members to come out and tour the facility. Happy to set that up, at your availability. Maybe we can do it in small groups, but I think it really is great to hit the ground up there and really see the facility for what it is, and get a good sense of kind of the space issues and what really has been resourcefully done up there by Chris and by the staff up there to accommodate some of our needs now with the resources that we have. So at this point, we really just want to thank all of you for listening and open it up to any thoughts, suggestions, where to go. Obviously, we'll be coming back with a few more presentations and further discussions. So if you'd like to guide those discussions in a certain way, we're happy to take input.
Thank you, Chuck, and thank you, everyone, for the presentation. I am sure we have many questions. Councilmember Sweet?
Yeah, I'm going to start out. As most people in this room have heard, this is my favorite department. I have depended on Public Works long before I became a member of this council, and I will continue to do so. And we have I've been in every one of these buildings. I've put Christmas trees together in them. I have worked in the fleet office, yeah. So I know exactly what it is you're describing. I've had lunch in the fleet office. And these changes are changes that we need deeply. But we're also in a situation where we sit along a path that is one of the most important paths in the city of Kirkland, the Cross-Kirkland corridor. And I cringe every time I think about decanting on that hill. I want to get off that hill. Now, what I'm going to suggest is going to cost tons and tons of money that we don't have, but Kurt finds a way sometimes to make money happen. First thing I'd like to do is buy the public storage units. If we took over the whole public storage complex, we could take the whole front side of that and develop the backside for parkland on the Cross-Kirkland corridor. Just a thought. The other thing that I want us to consider, and of course there's the Pacific oil product place that's an opportunity to look at to buy. But whatever we buy, it's going to be a chunk. The other thing I want us to think about is we will be, whether people are willing to acknowledge it or not, we will be building a multi-million-dollar facility for waste transfer in the next 4 to 5 years. When that facility is built, there could certainly be an opportunity to explore things like major vehicle storage. I have been in most of the facilities that solid waste has, or transfer stations across the system, and there is capacity, particularly in the Stoneway facility, underground for a great deal more storage than happens right now. And if you think expansively and you work with the county, there is an opportunity potentially for us to do something along those lines. That's all. I just want us to be creative. I want us to do the right thing by the department, because they are the best department in the whole city. And with that, I pass.
Thank you, and you've made all the other departments very jealous. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of questions and thoughts. First, I like the comparisons between us and the other agencies and the population sizes and so forth. But I guess it'd be nice to understand a little bit more about what drives the space needs, because I know population's one of the criteria, but I would guess that, miles of streets you maintain, miles of utilities, size of fleet and stuff. So I assume that there was more to it than just population size. So that'd be interesting to kind of just understand a little bit more. And then how that fits into kind of creative use of space. I was glad to see that you were looking or thinking about, like, for example, where the Public Works Administration building is. I mean, it's a fairly large parcel, and the building's only kind of a quarter of that. So how could you better utilize that entire parcel? So are those things that you've already explored or that will be explored as part of this next effort?
Great questions. As far as space needs, we do have a more detailed dive that we've provided with staff that details all the assumptions and the building blocks of where those needs come from. I would say they are driven by the list that Chris had up. Is sort of a very high summary, and it really has to do with increased regulatory requirements, increased level of service, aging, infrastructure that you're maintaining, et cetera. So it's really a combination of population growth, lane miles, and then all of the increased mission or changing mission that the department is responding to, in addition to the best practice of covering fleet and all materials and decant per regulations, and also just good practice to save your equipment from the weather. So those would be the things, and staff does have a more detailed rundown of that if you're interested. There was another part to your question. We are in the middle of exploring near-term investments, longer-term vision as far as where the best places are to invest in the site and pros and cons. Looking forward to reporting out at our next meeting on that analysis.
And then thank you for that. I don't want the details. I just was curious about more of what the criteria that's driving the space needs and how that, and kind of what are the main driving factors. So
But it is
I think
fascinating.
you answered that.
Fascinating reading.
I'm sure it is.
It is for John.
I guess the other question is just how do other properties fit in, satellite properties, into the planning, and will you be kind of considering that? I know obviously you want a central place to store most of the fleet and administration, but there's potential for kind of satellite properties to house vehicles, to provide, house material and other equipment. Will we be exploring that when we're looking at properties or expansion? And then the other part of it is I'm not quite sure what we're doing with the old Station 27. Like, is that going to be just fire, or is that on the table for exploration as part of this, for Public Works needs?
Yeah, that's one of the things we'll come back to you with as well.
Okay, and then there's not a lot of industrial land or kind of land that's kind of best equipped for these types of services, in Kirkland anymore, but there are places to look at. So are you going to be looking at properties? I think of the old North Shore utility property south of Fire Station 25, as a place to store materials. Are you going to be looking at that kind of stuff?
Yep. No, I think I'll answer your first question about satellite storage. And so we have been looking at satellite storage as like different functions that could be, relocated or situated at a different site. So we have been looking at that, and this is something that we will report out at the next meeting. We also are looking at, different work groups. Can a specific work group be relocated elsewhere? So that would free up some space at the current property. So again, that is another focus of the next meeting. And I think the last question you asked was
No, I think that was it. Yeah, but just.
acquisition, right?
Yeah, just looking at other properties.
So as part of this, I think we were looking at priority acquisitions that are adjacent to your property. Again, something that you touched on. I mean, there are multiple efficiencies of having different functions next to each other. So which is why, acquisition next to your campus is something that we've been looking at, but not specifically any other properties around the city.
Yeah, okay. Just something, I remember when we were doing the property evaluations for the, I think it was for the 2 pool studies ago. There was that huge piece of land right along 405 that the state owns, in Kingsgate.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just thinking like, it's not
What
really
else
used
might
for
be there?
anything. They're using it now for construction storage, but just stuff like that, are we thinking outside the box a little bit about those types of things?
If I could just offer one more point, I think the thing to understand about Public Works, which John, I know you know well, council member, is that yes, got to be creative. Yes, we're exploring options to relocate parts of functions that aren't daily use and or whole functions so they can go with their daily use. But when you hit the point where you are citing daily use functions on other sites, the operational cost in windshield time of your labor, not getting anything done, just driving, sitting in traffic, gas, whether you're paying for electricity down the road or you're paying for fuel today, extra wear and tear and maintenance on the vehicles, replacing those vehicles sooner, it adds up. And we did this is a local comparison that you might relate to. As you may know, City of Bellevue has a yard that is a couple miles, maybe?
No, 6 miles.
6 miles from its current site because they too are challenged with industrial type property being available near their headquarters. In 1 year, I can't remember how long the time period was, their crews are driving to New York City and back 5 times during the year, hauling supplies. So imagine the operational cost of, it seems like a good idea, and if you got to do it, you got to do it, and that's where they are. But anyway, there can be very significant daily, monthly, annually, and then forever costs incurred by separating parts of your operation. So that's part of what we'll talk to you more about next time.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions. I'll save them. I'll take you up on your offer for a tour. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I have a couple. This is a great presentation, and it's great to give us an overview, and truly, we care about the equipment is well cared for and protected and so forth, but what's resonating with me is the staff, when you start talking about life safety, if there's an earthquake, or that they're changing in their hallway, and then I think of the women workers and where are they changing and what are their restroom facilities like. So this is a worthwhile conversation. Similar to Councilmember Sweet, that property on the CKC, is that truly the highest and best use of where we want this facility to live? So same with Councilmember Sweet, it's an expensive proposition, but I would like to explore other opportunities. I also had the question about the satellite facilities, so thank you for that answer. And then I'm just curious, when you're seeing break-ins, are they coming from the CKC primarily? That's what I suspected. Okay.
Probably wasn't the best to shake my head, but yes, it is.
Yeah, for the recording, yes. Okay, that's helpful.
I do want to add that we have invested in a nice fence, if you've been up there
It is- it's
recently.
much better.
And we have done some security cameras around there as well. So there have been investments made towards the security.
Yes, and I do appreciate the aesthetic improvements along the CKC. Thank you. So if no one else has questions, we do have an exec session. So thank you for coming and thank you for your work on this.
I appreciate it. And I
Thank you
just,
very much.
anybody, please contact me. I'd love to take all of you on a tour at once
Well,
or separately, just to,
Work with Amy, because I'm sure that all 7 of us
Absolutely.
want to take a tour. Yes.
yes, sir.
Okay,
That'd be great.
okay. Before everybody leaves, I have to do my little transition. We will now be going into exec session to discuss 2 matters relating to potential acquisition of real property. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30 PM. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight. Thank you. We are back in session following a study session on Public Works Maintenance Center Facility Plan Overview, an executive session to discuss two matters related to potential acquisition of real property. We are now moving on to honors and proclamations. City Manager, sorry.
Okay,
I'm
thank you,
just
Emma.
looking at you.
So our first proclamation tonight is to declare June 7th, 2024 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Kirkland. For all the reasons that will be outlined in the proclamation, I just want to highlight for the public here and watching that there is in the memo a link to the wearorange.org for a lot more information about National Gun Violence Awareness Day, as well as a link to Kirkland's website where we have a lot of information about our own gun and firearm safety programs. And here to accept the proclamation is Sue Schutz from the organization Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America.
Thank you. And Councilmember Falcone is going to be reading the proclamation.
And anyone else is definitely welcome to join if you would like to be part of this.
I was going to say, anybody else want to come up? I see a T-shirt back there. You gonna stay there? All right.
All right, well, thank you everyone for being here with us tonight for the reading of a proclamation proclaiming June 7th, 2024 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Kirkland. Whereas the first Friday in June is National Gun Violence Awareness Day, also known as Wear Orange Day, recognized and supported by Kirkland's local chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, a nonpartisan grassroots movement of Americans fighting for public safety measures to protect people from gun violence. And whereas the Wear Orange movement was founded in 2015 to honor and remember 15-year-old honor student Hadiah Pendleton, who was gunned down in a Chicago playground in 2013. And whereas the foundation of Wear Orange is constructed out of an unblemished desire to shape a future free from gun violence. The color orange is a vibrant emblem of protection selected by a group of Hadiah's friends who chose the color orange because it is a bold, bright color that demands to be seen, and it is the color that hunters wear in the woods to safeguard themselves and others from harm. And whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, there were 19,651 homicides from gun violence in 2022. And whereas Friday, June 7th, marks the 9th annual National Gun Violence Awareness Day, meant to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence, and to formally declare that we as a country must do more to reduce gun violence. And whereas the Kirkland City Council has proactively worked alongside the Kirkland community to determine actions the city can undertake to reduce gun violence, excuse me, launching a massive community engagement effort in 2018, and subsequently passing the Save Lives Through Gun Safety resolution in May of 2018. And whereas the Kirkland City Council strives to balance support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding community members and efforts to keep guns away from those with dangerous and violent histories. And whereas gun safety is a priority for this council, which funded gun safety measures in Police Proposition 1, the city's enhanced police services and community safety sales tax measure, which was passed by voters in the fall of 2018. Police Proposition 1 has provided support for Guns for Gift Cards exchanges, in-person gun safety classes, firearm training videos, free trigger locks, gun safes, and more. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim Friday, June 7th, 2024, as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in the city of Kirkland, and encourages our community members to wear orange in honor of Hadiah Pendleton, and to signify an allegiance to those who share the unified vision of a future free from gun violence. Thank you.
You want to say a few words? I see your note there.
Well, I don't have anything formal to say, but I just want to say on behalf of Moms Demand Action that we want to thank the Kirkland City Council for your continued support in recognizing Gun Violence Prevention Day and for all you do for keeping families safe. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us tonight. We're going to do a photo. Yeah, who would like to hold the proclamation? Okay. All right, we are going to move on to items for the audience. This is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments on each side, on both sides of the issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items for the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We discourage people from using obscenities and personal attacks. We ask that you please not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disagreement with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome expressing their viewpoints regardless of content. As a reminder, items from the audience cannot be used for promoting or opposing a candidate's campaign or a ballot proposition. And because they are disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings regardless of content. City Clerk.
We have 4 speakers signed up, starting with Kyle Sullivan, followed by Niall Lebec, Josh Fua, and Jennifer Loy.
Mr. Sullivan.
Good evening, council members, staff. A lot of good things I like to see that are later on to the agenda tonight, so I wanted to say thank you and sort of dive in on a few other points. I'm happy to see news about, even if it's just passing along memos, about the Rapid Ride K line. I think the Q jump idea along 6th Street / 108th Avenue is a great idea. I'm also happy to see that at the same time as that is implemented, there will be pedestrian and bike improvements, especially because that's in front of schools and a residential area. But I'd like to highlight that the project will have a gap between 60th and 62nd, where there are no improvements planned because there won't be a bus lane there. But I think the city should investigate how to continue the pedestrian and bicycle improvements on that section, because if there's a big gap, then it means that the nice protected sidewalk and bike lane before it doesn't really go anywhere. So I think the city should look into how that could be bridged at the same time as the bus lane. And in general, just continue along that corridor, because if it's just an island of nice, comfortable environment between downtown and this residential area, it means that you can start on the nice, comfortable route, but you'll just go back to a normal sidewalk or painted bike lane before you can actually get anywhere. I'm also happy to see proposed speed limit changes along the Stores to Shore Greenway once the traffic calming improvements are implemented. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I'm also eager to see what the city comes up with for a homelessness response plan. The fact is, there are people in our community who need help, and there always will be people occasionally. And like the memo says, I think we should seek to make homelessness a temporary, brief experience whenever possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lebec?
Good evening, council members. My name is Neil Liebeck. I live and work in Kirkland. I wanted to chime in about both of the resolutions that are under consideration tonight. First, about the coordinated response to homelessness resolution, I just wanted to say that I support that resolution, and I'm glad to see that the city is interested in addressing homelessness. And I'm glad to see that the city's emphasizing compassion in their approach. I think it's nice to live in a city that shares my values. And furthermore, I'm glad that the city sees that both adding housing and providing services are necessary in addressing homelessness. I was just at the Planning Commission meeting 2 weeks ago talking about how I'd like to see more housing, but services are also important. So yeah, that's great. And the Stores to Shores speed limit reductions, I'm happy to see speed limit reductions. I'd urge the city to focus on using engineering and not just lowering speed limits to control speeds. And I'd also urge the city to sort of think more expansively about lowering speed limits in areas where cars are coming into contact with pedestrians. This is something that I worry about more as a driver than as a pedestrian, I think. When I'm driving, like, there are places along Market Street or along Lake Washington Boulevard where there are pedestrian crosswalks where, like, maybe there's the flashing light, maybe there isn't even the flashing light, and the speed limit's 35, and so everyone's going 40. And, the statistics about the sort of massive difference in fatality rates if a car hits a pedestrian between 20 miles an hour and 30 miles an hour, it's hard to get it out of my head. I can't stop thinking about how if I ever don't see a pedestrian crossing, it could sort of change my life and their life. And there have been times that I've seen pedestrians in the dark at night, sort of a little bit too late, and I'm like, oh boy, I'm glad that they were looking out for cars and they didn't cross aggressively. So yeah, I guess if anything the city can do to sort of help me as a driver drive more slowly around pedestrians without irritating the drivers behind me would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, who's next? Go ahead.
Next speaker is Josh Fua, followed by Jennifer Loy and Brad Chambers.
Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and City Council members, I'll be approaching pedestrian safety on the other side of the equation as a pedestrian. My name is Josh Pua, and I live near downtown Kirkland. I'm here today to show support for 20-mile-per-hour speed limits along the Stores to Shore Greenway. As a person who doesn't own a car, I have witnessed firsthand the dangers posed by vehicles traveling at higher speeds. The UK's 20s Plenty campaign has successfully highlighted the numerous benefits of lower speed limits in residential and shared spaces, and their approach should be adopted here in our community. Simply reducing the speed limit, however, is not enough. We can do better. Between the 3 E's of education, enforcement, and engineering, only engineering has been shown to actually slow drivers down. Drivers will drive the speed at which they feel comfortable driving. Ironically, this means that if a road feels riskier to drive on, it is safer to drive on because drivers will alter their behavior and slow down based on their perceived risk. Effective measures of slowing down drivers include design changes such as speed bumps, chicanes, and road narrowing. By implementing a quick build approach, many of these traffic calming measures can be done in a cost-effective manner. Studies have also shown that lower driving speeds can significantly reduce the severity of crashes and save lives. Specifically, a person walking is about 70% more likely to be killed if they're struck by a vehicle traveling at 30 miles per hour versus 25. By reducing vehicle speeds along the route, we can create a safer environment for everyone who uses it. I implore you to evaluate not only lowering the speed limit, but also include traffic calming design changes, and not only along this route, but on more streets in Kirkland generally. This would make all of Kirkland safer for everyone, cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to seeing how we can make Kirkland a safer and more enjoyable place for everyone.
Thank you. Ms. Loy.
It all started in November of 2022. I couldn't stand to drive by the front of Carillon Woods Park anymore. It was so sad. The sign itself was 85% obscured by overgrown weeds, bushes, and invasive plants. I pulled over in the dark, wet night and began pulling out decaying material with my bare hands. I soon returned with gloves and a hand trowel, days after days, and began to make a pile with the simple goal of clearing a path to make the sign visible. The last time I was here, I told you that I was here to try and convince you that Caroline Woods Playground deserved to be maintained in a category with other neighborhood parks that have playgrounds rather than the natural area I was told that it currently was. The city staff told me that only with city council approval could such a change be made. That what seemed to be the fundamental issue with why the park was unacceptable was all your fault. But is it really? Do you really get involved with sorting parks and determining maintenance standards? When do you do this? The big news is that Caroline Woods Playground is not categorized as a natural park at all. It is, and it always has been, a neighborhood park based on what I found myself in the PROS plan and other supporting documentation. So why have I been told over and over again that it is a natural area that must be recategorized to get a better level of care by all levels of parks management? In this light, isn't it easy to see why a neighborhood park playground area being managed in violation of the PROS plan by a natural parks team might cause friction with the public? Someone using an equity lens could see that this could easily be fixed by reassigning the neighborhood parks team and horticulture group to Caroline Woods, a neighborhood park, just like the other neighborhood parks that Caroline Woods is similar to, and as you already approved in the PROS plan. So what is the purpose of the request as recently as yesterday for me to continue to speak with you? Is my park service being held hostage to advocate for more parks maintenance funding? Could be. I stated that all that is needed is people with time, shovels, snippers, and the right performance criteria to solve the problem. If parks can pull maintenance people to Fisk or Houghton Ride and Play, they can also send a team to Caroline Woods, a neighborhood park. That's it for now. Please review the email that I sent you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have Mr. Chambers next.
Good evening. My name is Brad Chambers. Excuse me, and I'm here to speak, first of all, to thank you for your community engagement on the development of the Action Plan 5631. I really can't say it any better than the gentleman just spoke about the approach with compassion that the city of Kirkland is promoting to make, and does, I'm sure. The reason I'm sharing about this, or speaking on this, is because I have experienced homelessness myself. I grew up in Spokane, so I am a Washingtonian by birth, and ironically, I've worked in several rescue missions, the largest one in the world, the Salvation Army, and also a local mission in Oregon. Because of a lifelong unchecked substance abuse disorder, some tough breaks. I don't know if anyone remembers 2008, 2012. I was in real estate at the time. I had some experience on the streets. Thankfully, because of the Congregation for Homeless in Bellevue, I was able to have a place to stay for a while. And then King County came up with a jobs and housing program during COVID. I was a beneficiary of that. It was awesome. It included employment, housing, and wraparound services to help. Although I didn't fully come to my sobriety through it, or excuse me, at the beginning, it took some time to come through my sobriety is what I meant to say. And I felt like there was some shortcomings in the end. And that's why I'm here today, because I believe you're being proactive about what someone might be going through. The conclusion, sustainability. I think there needs to be a community interaction with folks going through this challenging time in their lives. Everybody comes from somewhere, and everybody should have the opportunity to leave a legacy. And I think that the ability to participate and give back and change the narrative that homeless people aren't just people needing a handout, but people that need a place to interact, to participate, and to give back. So that's what I'm doing here today. And a couple ideas I have. Volunteer to work opportunities. I think it takes time for somebody having gone through time on the streets to heal and to learn to engage again. And it's also a way to pre-vet people so that you can see that they mean business if they really want to change their lives. I think interaction with a wonderful faith community that I know Bellevue and Kirkland and Redmond have. I think there's some assets that are underutilized in the faith communities here, and I think that would be a really great approach to meet with some of those folks and give them an opportunity to serve.
Mr. Chambers.
Oh, time.
I hate to cut you off.
Well, that's basically it.
Thank you for sharing your
Sure.
story, and if you would like to share your contact information so we can stay in touch with you, that would be.
Absolutely. All right, thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
so much.
All right, you're welcome.
City Clerk, anyone else?
No other signups.
That is it. Thank you, everyone, for speaking with us today. Next on our agenda, we have a special presentation from Evergreen Health with an update on the state of healthcare. City Manager.
Yes, we have an honored guest tonight, Dr. Ettore Palazzo, who became the CEO of Evergreen Health in December of 2023 with the retirement of the former CEO, Dr. Jeff Tomlin. And in that role, he's been with this Evergreen Health for over 20 years in various roles, but in his current role, he is in charge of all aspects of leadership of Evergreen Health's purpose, mission, and vision. So no pressure. So welcome, Dr. Palazzo.
No pressure indeed. Thank you, City Manager Triplett. Good evening, Mayor Curtis, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity tonight. It is an honor to be here and to serve in this role. I am Ettore Palazzo, the new Chief Executive Officer at Evergreen Health, and I am new to the role but not new to the organization. And along with being a proud physician who served for many years and taking care of patients at Evergreen for over 2 decades, I'm also a Kirkland resident and proud to be able to work and care for patients and support them in this new role right here in the city that I live. So the state of healthcare is in a challenging state right now, no question about it. We are coming through the most challenging history in the organization of 52 years at Evergreen Health, and happy to say that we are coming through this and proud of how we presented ourselves to not just our city, our state, but our country, being at the tip of the spear for the first community outbreak of COVID-19 in the country. 52 years ago, the community here in Kirkland, along with the surrounding area, said we want healthcare local, and we have a specific mission that goes along with that. To provide high-quality, compassionate, cost-effective healthcare for our community to enhance that health for the residents. And no one said that we wouldn't do that in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. And I would say that right now, Evergreen Health is doing this in the best way we know how, stating for sure that we have opportunities, and we will definitely work on them. Our Board of Commissioners that are on this slide here speak the mission just like every staff member trying to do this the best way we know how. And I would say I'm thankful for them, grateful for the leadership and the governance, grateful for this concept of a public hospital district, which is unique, and especially unique now as we see what's going on in healthcare around us with the consolidation in healthcare. And some big news that was just announced 2 weeks ago today about another affiliation and a merger that took place just 10 miles south of us with Overlake, our friends at Overlake, and now being part of a bigger system and what that means. So just a reminder, I won't go through all the data points here, but there's a lot of exciting data on here. We are a 354-bed hospital. We have grown to meet the needs. There's more growth to do. 4,500 babies delivered last year, and that's the second most of any hospital in the state, happening right here in Kirkland. The walls of the hospital are busy inside them, but outside we care for patients when they need to leave the hospital and receive care for the post-acute care setting, and that home care and hospice work. We get one birth in life, we get one death in life, and Evergreen Health wants to make it both of those and everything in between is good as possible. And sometimes it's hard to do, especially under the current pressures. But I'm proud to share that this data speaks to the volume of work that we do. And right here in Kirkland, we are proud that this is our home. We are the largest employer here in Kirkland. That means something to us and our responsibility to this city. And I won't go through each of these, but these are some of the specific data points for our own residents, both the employees that work, our medical staff that work and live in Kirkland, and the services that we deliver right here in Kirkland. And we have a responsibility as a public hospital district to provide those services beyond just what is standard for a healthcare organization. And in the box there, you see some of the funding. We'll talk broadly beyond just what we do here in Kirkland, but it is an important part of the investment that the community has made in us. I want to make no mistake. Evergreen Health knows that we exist for one purpose. And I would say that any healthcare CEO that stands before you or before any city council, as they're making decisions, whether it's affiliations, mergers, whether it's just business as usual, I would say that as long as what we're doing for decisions is about patients and what's right for patients, then it's the right decision. Evergreen Health knows why we're here. We know what the community asked of us, and we serve for that reason and for that purpose. And we know that a portion of our support, it's a small portion, but a very important portion of our revenue comes from a tax levy, from the decision back in 1972 to move forward with this public hospital district. I don't need to remind the council of what this looks like on where the proportion of taxes of what we all participate in, and as a resident myself, grateful to be able to do that and support the services. About 1.8% of the individuals in Kirkland proper, their taxes represent support for the public hospital district, and that's about 14 cents on $1,000 of property tax. So we feel that local control is important, local decision-making, and the voice of the community who elects the governing body makes a difference. And so our goal to be independent, it's harder than ever to do that now that almost 70% of all hospitals in the country are part of bigger systems. Our board, myself included, as the new CEO, would like to see that continue. We're going to try every effort to keep care local. And that means, along with doing the best we can for quality and safety, we want to make sure that the tax dollars that we receive are also going back to our community in a way beyond just simply doing business that a healthcare organization or a hospital would do. $6.4 million of the levy taxes go back to the community. And that's a commitment from the board, a commitment from our leadership. You can see the big areas here where a lot of that goes to, including mental health support, caring for our seniors, social determinants of health, which are more important than ever, and that end-of-life care with hospice and palliative care, which sometimes doesn't pay for itself, but it is so important. And our partners with the community, we have 30-plus community advisors that help give us guidance on what we're doing well, when we hit the mark and when we miss the mark, and when we make adjustments. Our staff work volunteer in the community because that's important, and that's an initiative that we feel strongly from leadership to show that we are more than just a hospital in our community. We are here to support the activities. Sponsorships, other relationships are very important. I want to emphasize this slide because I don't think a lot of people appreciate what Evergreen Health means to the community. So when we get on that airplane to take our trip, we expect it to be safe. We expect it to be a simple, straightforward trip. And when you come to your hospital and your clinic, you expect the same thing. You expect that you're going to be cared for with a safe, high-quality approach. But we in healthcare know that there's differences, and we strive at the foundation of everything we do to provide high-quality, safe care. And so these are some of the accolades that Evergreen Health has been given. 50 best hospitals in America. Leapfrog gives us a grade. We get to come home, just like back in grade school, you get a grade, and some hospitals come home with an F. And we are the only hospital in the Puget Sound area with an A grade right now. And Medicare also likes to give us grades on the star rating, and very, very proud to share that when you add all these things up, there are 15 hospitals in the country that have achieved what you're seeing here right now from safety and quality. And so we don't take that for granted, and anything that you see on this slide, you'll know that if you take this to any of the staff working in the hospital right now, and they will tell you this is great, but Dr. Palazzo, we can do better than this. And that's the philosophy at Evergreen Health. So financial challenges, I know Councilmember Sweet, when you were in the mayor position, I had a chance to talk to you about this with Dr. Tomlin. The financial challenges are real. The pandemic is often spoken in past tense now, but it is absolutely real for us currently. The after effects and the financial challenges, many of the bullet points which are listed here, we are coming out of this, but not without a lot of challenges. We had to spend down our days cash on hand to be able to deal with the financial issues that are not unique to Evergreen Health. But we are coming out of this, and we're doing everything we can to ensure, either through contracts with the payers, through expense reductions, and fiscal responsibility, to be here for the community. And we intend to do that despite the pressures that are very, very strong. And some of the same pressures that probably led to some of the decisions that we know happened 10 miles south of us at Overlake and other hospitals who are considering, how do we make this work? But we are committed to finding a way. This will be my last slide, and I'd love to open up for questions. We have humble beginnings. In 1972, when you see what Evergreen Health was at that time, I can't imagine. I would love to have conversations, and I know some are still around, of those visionaries who said, Evergreen Health is something we want. It was called Evergreen General Hospital at that time, and if they could see what it is now, today, and what we've accomplished, I would have loved to see the look on their face. And 20 years from now, 30 years, and 50 years from now, what we'll look back and say about the current state and what we've been able to do for the community. So with that, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would be happy to entertain any questions you have.
Thank you very much, and both my babies were born at Evergreen Health. So, Council, any questions? None. I have one. So you are the largest employer. What are you seeing, and we worry about housing for your employees. What are you seeing in your employee growth? Like, how is it trending upward?
So we're about almost 5,000 strong right now, and we have grown to grow with the needs of the services provided. Remember that along with what we're seeing here on this map with the campus, we have a multitude of clinics, 50 plus in our district, that require staff to care for those individuals. And we know that housing is challenging. We know that it's expensive to live in Kirkland. And we know also that many of our staff need to travel from larger distances, cannot live in the community here. We appreciate that, we understand that, and it is a challenge, frankly, and there's no great answer right now. We do know that wage pressure, which has influenced some of the financial issues, has been an important part of what we've needed to do to retain and keep good staff, and we continue to look at that and make sure that we are being fair and equitable so we can retain the highest quality, continue those quality metrics. But at this point, it is a challenge, Mayor, and we continue to work with our HR department to see what other incentives, opportunities we can to mitigate some of those challenges, especially if folks are traveling in from further distances.
How far do you think your employees travel from? I hate to ask this, but.
Well, I can tell you that one travels from Florida.
Oh, that doesn't count.
So that is not the norm, but I would share that we have individuals that come from great distances because they know how important it is to work for an organization that focuses on quality and safety as a foundation. So we do have folks that travel from Everett and further north, Camino Island, from the south down in Tacoma, and I'm including physicians. And that is not incredibly unique anymore. We don't have folks from out of state doing that commute.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you for this presentation today. If we had the ability to do so, we would add a blue star to your list of accolades. We are very proud to have an organization of the quality of Evergreen in our community. I recently sold my business, but for almost 20 years, it occupied the original offices of the original Kirkland Hospital, where Evergreen was sort of put together in the upstairs rooms. So you guys have come a long way, and I can't tell you how proud we are of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet.
Deputy Mayor Arnold, and then Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Palazzo, for being here tonight. I really appreciate having Evergreen Health in the community and the partnership here. One of the things later on our agenda tonight is working on our strategy for homelessness. And one of your board members, Dr. Pilcher, spoke to us last meeting with some concerns about some of our approach, and really he talked about the root cause of a lot of homelessness being behavioral health and addiction. And I'm wondering where they are, if there are opportunities to partner with Evergreen Health on those issues, in addition to us moving forward in our homelessness response plans.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And there's no question that behavioral health is a continuing and ongoing challenge. And we talk a lot about the deferred care and medical diseases that we are seeing from a tail end of the pandemic. And we often forget that the behavioral health challenge that came from the last 4 years is absolutely real and was augmented by those events for all the reasons that we know and many that we don't as well. our support for behavioral health in the community and how that potentially affects homelessness is top of mind. Meanwhile, understanding the current pressures on trying to expand where services are needed. There's a lot of work happening right now, more on the ambulatory space rather than the inpatient space, to focus on behavioral health needs and support starting right in our clinics. As far as how that connects with the homelessness scenario, there's a direct connection, and we see that in our ERs, and I know we don't think a lot about that. I used to work at Harborview. That's where I came from before here, and it's a different story as far as that population that we served. But those individuals that have needs, particularly from a homelessness standpoint, and how behavioral health factors into that is real. I had a personal opportunity as a board member on the Washington State Hospital Association to talk to our former governor to look at what options there are to see if we can get services out into the communities and get some of those services there before they're needing to come to the hospital. And there was a plea at the Washington State Hospital Association to see where can hospitals partner with that. And at this point, Evergreen Health is standing by to do that and see what we can do. Also with the crisis center that's being built, which we are so excited about, and partnering with them as well and with our emergency services. So there's so much more to do in this space, but Evergreen Health is standing by to assist.
Great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Palazzo, for being here this evening, and congratulations on your new role. You kind of touched on it earlier, just about the challenges the healthcare industry is facing, and not just locally, but I assume nationally. And the question for you, and this is a question and comments I get from family and friends just in the region or in the area, is that, you know, wait times for procedures and to see specialists have gone up or haven't gone down yet since the pandemic. And I guess I was just wondering about, like, what's your outlook, you know, over the next year or 2 years, and do you see Evergreen being able to kind of turn the tide a little bit? And yeah, I'd be curious more just about kind of what you see the future being like.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Pascal. It is a real issue. Access is a challenge, and no question that it was augmented and I think some predictable, and many areas unpredictable, with what the volume of individuals needing services would look like. I mentioned before that we had a challenge early on with folks that were very afraid to come to healthcare. They thought it was safer to be at home than to come in and address the chest pain that they were having, or to get their blood pressure medicine refilled, or to address diabetes that potentially was not in a state that was well controlled as we would like it to be. And now what that has meant for deferred care acuity in the patients that we're seeing, some really sad stories, young individuals coming in with strokes, heart attacks, complications of diabetes as a result of these things not being checked, cancer screening as well. That, which I don't think was predicted, and I hope the epidemiologists are spending the time to look at this for the next one, and we will have another pandemic someday, and we need to learn from this. But this increased acuity that we're seeing as a result of 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, is really contributing to this challenge, along with the growth. So, we do community needs assessment reviews to see where we need to grow and what we need to expand to. This part of the prediction, which is assessing and contributing to the access challenges, are definitely difficult. So part of this is we expect that tail end to come off a little bit. So some of that deferred care as folks are going back and getting their primary care to influence some of this. The other piece is then what do we do in the here and now? And we are working on hiring more physicians. Our medical group, our employed group are looking specifically at primary care, looking at those specialty areas where we know we have long wait times that we can be focusing on. We're using advanced practitioners, APPs, as opposed to hiring straight physicians, knowing there's potentially more availability that will be able to support some of that work. Those are some of the other strategies we're looking at to help address some of these access issues and the long wait times to care.
Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Plaza, for being here tonight. It's good to see you folks, and like others have shared, my baby that I was sharing with you earlier tonight had his last baseball game tonight. He was born at Evergreen a little over 6 years ago, and my family has experienced just stellar care through the Evergreen Hospital Healthcare. So thank you so much for that. You mentioned, I agree with the comments made by my colleagues and appreciate this discussion and questions. You know, affordable housing is very top of mind. I've had the opportunity to, you know, to speak with some of your employees and hear about their long commutes and hear about some of that. And we know that's something that, being the largest employer in our city, is something that we need to continue to have those conversations and continue. We take affordable housing and workforce housing very seriously here in the city of Kirkland, as do some of our neighboring cities. So that's something we would like to continue to think through and partner on how to make that better for your employees as well. My question is around, you mentioned the crisis center, and we also are thrilled for that to come online for our community. You know, one of the many reasons that we know that's a good choice is that we know that your ER is oftentimes, you know, the place that first responders bring folks in behavioral health crisis, and it's not necessarily the best equipped for it. You do everything that you can for those folks, and so we're really thankful to have that. And so I'd be interested in seeing the data pre and post opening of the crisis center on what the behavioral health ER numbers are, just so we can track that and so we can take a look at, you know, how much of a dent are we really making in alleviating that burden in your ER to free up those resources for other needs in the community. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone. Absolutely, we are incredibly excited about this as well. There's no question we will be looking at the data pre and post to see. We know that many of those patients still will need to have acute medical clearance, and we are standing by and ready. And for those that just need support for their behavioral health crisis, we will still do everything we can for them. This partnership, this resource in our community is so important, and the connection with these services is top of mind for us in understanding what this will do to help with some of the throughput. We know that folks have had long wait times in our emergency room. Some of that speaks to just availability. Some of that speaks to patients that are boarding, and some of the challenges with behavioral health that this will help decant a little bit and help with throughput.
Anyone else? Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. And actually, we could probably take another hour on this. So hopefully you'll come back. And like Councilmember Sweet said, we're very proud that you're in Kirkland. So
Thank you for the opportunity. Happy to come back anytime.
thank you.
Thank you.
Twice I've called you mayor tonight. We are now moving to consent. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamations on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a payroll in the amount of $5,704,423.13 and bills in the amount of $5,727,370.44. On the consent calendar tonight, the mayor, on behalf of council, proclaims June as Pride Month in Kirkland. We join the LGBTQIA+ community and its allies to celebrate the history of Pride and commit to continuing the fight for human rights. We'll be reading the proclamation at the Pride event at Marina Park on Friday at 5 p.m. and encourage community members to attend that or one of the other Pride events scheduled during the month of June. Also, the mayor, on behalf of council, proclaims June as Ride Transit Month in Kirkland. Through the month of June, transit advocacy organizations are promoting greater public awareness of the benefits of taking transit. Transit use improves community health and mobility, provides economic benefit, and reduces air pollution and road congestion. We encourage community members to consider taking more trips using transit this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We are moving along, and we are moving to our business agenda. And it's 8:14. Our first item on the business agenda is a coordinated response to homelessness resolution. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is our third conversation about this resolution. We're hoping it might be ready for council review and approval tonight. There is the next item on the agenda. 10B is a resolution to approve a fiscal note related to community engagement. What we decided to do as staff is combine the presentation on the resolution itself and then the engagement plan about the fiscal note in this presentation than leading to the fiscal note. And I say that so that I can tell you that our senior management analyst, Carly Jarger, is going to make the first part of the presentation on the resolution, and then David Wolbrecht, our communication program manager, will talk about the community engagement plan.
Okay.
That, welcome, Carly.
Hey, thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. I'm back this evening to continue our challenging but very thoughtful discussion about how to address homelessness in Kirkland. As you know, this is something that council's talked about very compassionately and been very engaged in over the last 3 council meetings. And so tonight, staff is back to seek your action and recommends that you adopt Resolution R5631. This resolution declares the city's commitment to addressing homelessness in Kirkland and also authorizes the city manager to create a homelessness continuum of care action plan. The goal of this action plan is to prepare the organization to better serve the folks who are living unhoused in Kirkland today, and to prepare the organization in the event we have a sudden and large influx of folks living unhoused in Kirkland like we've seen in some of our neighboring jurisdictions. Approving this resolution also directs staff to begin a thorough community engagement process that would ultimately inform the contents of this action plan. And we're proposing doing all this by the end of 2024 when we would bring back the first draft of the plan for your consideration and discussion. I'm going to keep my remarks very brief tonight since there's already been really excellent discussion from the council and several presentations from staff over the last several meetings. But I did want to take a few minutes just to reiterate a few things that this resolution does not propose. We've seen, unfortunately, some misinformation throughout this process, so I just want to take a few minutes to reiterate some of the points on this R5631 one-pager that's on the website. So this resolution does not contemplate opening city parks to homeless encampments. It does not propose opening any new shelters near primary schools. It's not a proposal to take in Seattle's homelessness population. It does not consider siting a tiny home village at the Houghton Village, and is not proposing a specific homelessness-related ballot measure. So just as a reminder for our listening audience, you can see all of the past council materials, background information, and recordings of the council remarks on this topic on the city's website, including this one-pager, which you can find at kirklandwa.gov/homelessness. Next, I'll direct the council's attention to 3 revisions we've made to this resolution since you last saw this. The first is up here on this screen grab, which just clarifies some of the language for readability and also corrects an error that the most recent increase in the point in time count is from 2022 to 2024, not to 2023. We also made 2 revisions to Section 2. The first is in item D, broadening the language that that staff are to explore a variety of options for the community to best activate the city's homelessness assistance and response team. The second one is in response to a good suggestion that we should be more clear in our language about what we mean by the environment. And so now this specifies that staff are to consider any enforcement policies around homelessness that acknowledge the impact that trash and waste associated with living outside in areas not meant for human habitation can have on public lands, critical areas, and waterways. So this is just sharpening up some of that language. So to recap, all of these changes are shown in track changes in your packet. And then there was also one other topic the council was very interested in better understanding as part of the staff's recommendation, and that was our proposal for a community engagement process. So to walk us through that part of the staff recommendation, I'm going to transition this over to David Wolbrecht, your communications program manager.
Thank you, Carly.
Thank you, Carly. Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, good evening. Happy to be here tonight. And I can't help but say that this baby was also born at Evergreen Health. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of the very thorough and robust community engagement process that we have proposed. A lot of it's in the memo, and so I'm not going to cover it all, but just wanted to draw out a few highlights. So, excuse me. This is proposed to be a comprehensive TREC-style engagement process. This was something the Deputy Mayor mentioned specifically during one of the study sessions. And for those listening at home and perhaps on the council, just as a reminder or to inform you, the TREC is sort of a homegrown framework that the Deputy City Manager for External Affairs, Jim Lopez, has really formulated over the last several years with myself and other staff that stands for Themed Resident Engagement in Kirkland. And it's a really robust, comprehensive community engagement process that can really be scaled up and down to meet a variety of needs. And so we're going to be doing that, which is kind of the full meal deal, as it were, for our community engagement. We are also, with this, going to be taking a really holistic approach. And so something that I heard Councilmember Pascal mention along the way was wanting to make sure that there are opportunities for a lot of dialogue, a lot of learning, a lot of kind of direct, feedback and input between council and the community, and also community and staff and community and each other. So that's built in as well. We're also exploring and will ensure to have a diversity of feedback mechanisms. And so Councilmember Falcone spoke to this during one of the study sessions around not just having an online survey, and that's it for everybody. We're gonna really cater the experience for each of those specific stakeholders and stakeholder groups and needs to make sure that we're responsive to if there are any particular needs or so forth for a particular person or group, making sure that we're responsive to that to make sure that their voice is part of this process. This will be led by an interdepartmental team, the City Manager's Office, as well as with some contracted outreach and facilitation, which we'll touch on here in a little bit in the fiscal note. I'm stressing the interdepartmental nature of this because our human services team is going to be instrumental in this being a successful rollout and engagement process, as well as other staff across the organization, our police department, the rest of the HEART team, so forth. I mentioned this briefly, but the process is intended to be adaptable and flexible. So we stand ready to be very responsive to specific needs. This is not a rigid structure or framework. This is something that we can be adaptable as we go throughout the process. And ultimately, this will be culminating tonight with a staff recommendation that council approve the fiscal note, which will allow staff to successfully implement the Resolution 5631 Community Engagement Plan, which I'll detail here further. So I had mentioned the TREC, Theme Resident Engagement in Kirkland, and this is a diagram that the Deputy City Manager for External Affairs and I like to use a lot to really encapsulate a lot of what we intend to do. I won't talk through all the details. There's a very detailed description of it as one of the attachments in the memo. But three things I'd like to draw your attention to. First is the axes, time and capacity, X and Y. And so as we go from left to right across this process, we're intending to trek up a mountain. Okay, yep, pun, okay. And so the visual metaphor is intended. So that y-axis is capacity. And what we mean by that is the degree to which our community is aware that we are talking about this issue, the degree to which they are participating in it, providing input, providing engagement, learning, all those things we kind of put under the term capacity. And what we're really trying to do is as we go throughout this process, our entire community is coming along with us. We can't reach everybody, but we will darn do our best. So the next thing I want to draw your attention to is that we have it built out in phases. You can see, foundation, discovery, diplomacy, decision, and then follow-up. These are really intentional phases for us, and we take particular kind of strategic approaches at each. And I'll highlight a few key things here in a minute related to each of those. Finally, the third thing I draw your attention to is this organizing event. This is really the launch point for when we're out into the community at large. And this we're now in the field, and the training wheels are off. So I'll use this diagram as a kind of reference point for the rest. So our first event is actually not going to be a full public event, and timing-wise, it just kind of makes the most sense for us to actually kick off with our Faith Community Symposium. So the intent of this is that we're going to cast a broad net and invite all of the faith communities, churches, synagogues, mosques, everyone in Kirkland to convene who's interested for a roundtable discussion. And so we'll start the event with a introduction of the problem statement. And then it'll really just be a facilitated discussion. We'll celebrate a lot of successes because so many of our faith-based organizations are critical players and partners in this space of providing services to those experiencing homelessness. And even as our public comment from Mr. Chambers mentioned, like the importance of faith communities in the process of those who are experiencing homelessness. So celebrate those, identify gaps that they might see that we should be addressing in the draft action plan, and then also identifying potential partners who may be interested in further deepening their partnership with the city and with each other in providing these services. And so we currently have aimed for this for late June, so coming up real quick. But we feel optimistic and confident that it's a feasible timeline. And the reason I kind of emphasize it there is technically, and I just mentioned this, our organizing event is generally our first big thing to launch into the space. But as the Deputy City Manager for External Affairs continually reminds me, our TREC system is adaptable and can be adjusted for specific circumstances. And so we're starting with the Faith Community Symposium, and actually we'll use that to make sure that a lot of those folks and their communities are aware of the organizing event, which we are proposing to be a community forum. And so this will be done in a format that is similar to, it's a format called the World Cafe. And that's just kind of a technique. And some of you may recall the 2019 Sustainability Summit, which is in the photo there at the top. And that format and that event was incredibly helpful, incredibly successful. We got just rave reviews about it, and thinking through all the possible techniques for the engagement that we need at this juncture for the resolution process, this fit the bill for what was needed to both engage our community, but really for that knowledge and learning together. And so speaking to the need for all of us, the community also, to be aware of some of the key issues, legal, policy, budget, those sorts of things, this format will allow kind of the most surface area for everyone to be learning there. Briefly, the format, a council member and a staff member will be at each of several tables, and they will stay throughout the evening. There'll be different rounds of discussion, and at which point all the folks who are at different tables will get up and go to different tables. And is there a question, Madam Mayor?
Yes, thank you,
please.
Councilmember Sweet.
Just a quick question,
Yes.
David. Will we be including individuals with lived experience?
That is certainly our intent, yes, yeah. And so this is where leveraging a lot of our staff in human services, Melly, our homeless outreach coordinator, seeing how she can be helping and others, yes, we'll absolutely be seeking to achieve that.
Thank you. Go ahead. Oh, Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to wait until you were on the next slide to ask the same question as Councilmember Sweet about that, but since she asked that question, I'm just going to ask a follow-up to that. We did hear tonight some really thoughtful testimony from someone with lived experience, so thank you so much for sharing that with us tonight. And we do hope to engage with more folks in the community who are willing to. And so I assume that would be part of what's on the next slide with the stakeholder interviews and that part of it. I'm not sure if that's part of the larger community event that you're talking about, or if that's, I was thinking more into the stakeholder outreach, and you partially addressed this earlier with your comments, so thank you for that, about how we're going to tailor the approach to the individuals that we're holding these conversations with. I just want to make sure we're really thinking about who is leading the effort to speak with those with lived experience. It's someone who has the skill set to be able to do that really thoughtfully. It's a very sensitive topic to discuss with folks who have lived experience. I'm a firm believer, thank you, Councilmember Sweet, for mentioning that those with lived experience are the experts in this space. So I really want to make sure that we're elevating that and that we're thinking about things such as, I know childcare was mentioned, but stipends and other things as part of that process. So I appreciate that. I didn't see a ton of detail on that in the memo, but I just wanted to elevate that's something that I'll particularly be keeping an eye out for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone. And absolutely, that is front and center of kind of the intent. And as you alluded to, and I went ahead and kind of scooted along. So our stakeholder interviews, I mean, and I feature a photo of our homeless outreach coordinator, Melly, intentionally, just again, because we're really going to be looking to her expertise as kind of our subject matter expert here in the best way to engage those with lived experience. It's certainly not, I have some experience, but not nearly, and can't do it in the way that she certainly could. So absolutely, we'll be mindful of that throughout the entire process.
Okay, go ahead, David.
All right. So just back on the community forum, people get up, go to different tables, and so it's an opportunity for council and for staff and for the community to have different voices, different parts, different processes throughout the entire community forum. And everyone will have little info sheets with some prompts, and so it'll be a nice facilitated discussion. And we're aiming for that in July. Sorry. Just spoke briefly about this, but our kind of what we term as the diplomacy phase, that's kind of a constellation of events and various opportunities. So, if we can, get out to farmers markets, going out and doing field interviews where people are. We're really intending and centering the not having people come to us, we're going to them. Some of these things are the key strategies for what we're hoping to achieve here. And this is, again, where adaptable and flexible is the through line. We like to say we have PowerPoint will travel. And so if there are any community groups, any, of course, neighborhood associations, others that would like us to come and do a focus group, do a community meeting with, we can meet that need. And this will be the bulk of the time. This will be sketched in right now, July through September. Then we will move into, as a draft plan comes into fruition, introduction problem statement at a big town hall, followed by a brief overview of the actual draft plan. And I just want to emphasize that the intent here is that the draft plan will be published ahead of the town hall, so there'll be an opportunity for those in the community that are interested to actually review what is in there. That's kind of what we're aiming for at this point, just so it gives people an opportunity to process and come prepared. So this will be, like our gun safety town hall from 2018 that's here in the photos at Lake Washington High School. Public comment will be the bulk of the time, 2-3 minutes. And then like that successful town hall, each council member will also be provided a period of time to respond to the very end, just to provide, things of what they heard, things that are on their mind, your mind, that sort of thing. So, and we have this currently slated for late October in the timing. Staff is also proposing a public hearing, and so this moves us into that decision phase of the trek very more formally, and so this would be, at a council meeting, the more public hearing process and all the formality there. We would intend to incorporate any kind of key feedback from the town hall, so it's iterative in that way, and the public hearing will, of course, inform the kind of final draft that is ultimately transmitted to council before the end of the year. And we're currently setting this for late November, and all these dates are subject to change. There's a lot right here on this slide, and this is also an attachment in the memo. But the reason I put it up, I'm not going to talk through all of it, but this is kind of the overview of the engagement plan. And what I would really draw council's attention to is across the top there, listed vertically are all the different stakeholder groups and a couple others that are in the resolution. And really what staff sought to do was have a really intentional approach to what method and technique might be most appropriate to reach what type of stakeholder or stakeholder category or group. And so this is going to be our initial starting point, and this will likely change and more will be added to it as we go, but this is the start. Also in the memo, and I didn't touch on it here, but just to highlight, there'll also be a literature review for some best practices, see what we can learn from others. Additional education opportunities for the community, whether that's, reading group or kind of like movie watching, that sort of thing. As well as, of course, council study session and kind of multiple touches there. So the next agenda item, not quite yet, but staff recommend approving the fiscal note to implement this community engagement plan that I've just talked through. So,
Thank you, David. Well done. Yeah. Council, any questions on the engagement plan? Any other additional comments? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, David. Thank you, Carly. Thank you, team. I just can't say thank you enough. I'm really proud of this work that our plan to formulate a plan, I guess. We are a government institution after all. I really appreciated under the town hall that you mentioned that there'll be time for council members to respond to the feedback that night. We've certainly heard an appetite among the public to have more of that, like kind of real interaction. So thank you for that. I look forward to that opportunity. You mentioned, I heard a lot with, I guess it's embedded in the TREC, the R of TREC, that's a Kirkland resident kind of specific, and under the faith-based community that it was really focused around Kirkland faith-based organizations. I wonder, and you also mentioned a lit review to hear kind of best practices outside of the city or elsewhere, and I wonder if there's also room in here for us to reach out to human services providers and faith-based organizations outside of Kirkland that maybe are specializing in certain things. I think of, what's happening in Tukwila, right? And some of the faith-based organizations there and the work that they're doing, they can certainly help inform our plan as well, amongst others, right, in the region. So just wanted to mention that I don't want us to necessarily just look within Kirkland for those organizations to be part of that faith-based event or the stakeholder engagement, because there's a lot of things that we can learn from organizations maybe that are in Bellevue or Redmond or wherever, right, throughout the region. So I just would want to make sure we weren't missing out on that expertise as well. Thank you.
Great.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's hard work on this. I have been skeptical of this at times. I do appreciate the creation of this flyer. I appreciate the fact that we're making an action plan. I still think we need an action plan. I also think that perhaps part of our action plan should be an emergency action plan, and that we should define the emergency that exists before implementing it. I appreciate your hard work on this. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
I want to follow up on the engagement. Lost my train of thought. So this is really well done. And I love the key phrase, adaptable and flexible, that we will learn as we go and we will find new stakeholders and move in. My two small comments are, I love the idea of the World Cafe. I hope it's so popular we have to do more than one. I'm thinking that may happen. The other, in the memo, it talks about literature documents for people to read that are educational, the KCRHA 5-year plan, the sub-regional plan. I don't know if you've read them, but they're dense. So, and really good information. We may consider doing a Kirkland-specific executive summary to just, this is what this is about, because I think some people will be a little daunted when they crack those open. Carly?
Yes, that's an excellent point, Mayor. And it's interesting to think about doing a summary of that as part of education for the community. I'm very interested in that. The intention with including the lit review was a lot of the stakeholders we've already identified to engage have also been tapped to engage to inform KCRHA's plan and several of these other plans. So we should still engage those groups and also take the step to see what we can pull from insights from documents that have already been published.
Yeah.
So something that could look like is we would transmit something in the final first draft of the action plan that shows any areas of overlap or some dissent. So we can definitely think about putting out summaries of those as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Carly. And this just, again, reminds me of how well Kirkland does this kind of work. So thank you for being so thoughtful. I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt Resolution R 5631, declaring the city's commitment to addressing homelessness through a person-centered approach and authorizing the city manager to develop a homelessness continuum of care action plan for new policies, programs, and services that prevent and respond to unsheltered homelessness in Kirkland.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black. I'm feeling emotional. To pass Resolution 5631. Council, is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm was
Go ahead.
Does this motion authorize the fiscal note, or is that a separate motion?
Separate.
Oh, okay, all right. That's
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. First, David, Carly, and team, I really appreciate the proactiveness and the work to have a community conversation ahead of time before we're facing some of the issues that some of our neighboring communities are hitting. This allows us to think about our response, not only as actions by the city, but how to pull the whole community together. Appreciate the details on the community input process. The gun safety town hall that you referenced was a successful event at bringing people together and learning a lot from each other, and I think we're going to have that same opportunity. I still get callbacks to the 2019 Sustainability Summit and World Cafe, so it's great that we're doing that as part of this effort. People remember it, and I hope that they will remember this one as well. And really proud about this resolution overall. It allows us to move forward based on our community values and respond in a really thoughtful way. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Just to follow up from my colleagues here, I am really proud of this body of work. You have taken it from what I was ready to approve the first day, but you have molded it into something that we can all embrace. You have also set up a system that I am so proud of, that I encourage, particularly those of us who are involved in large regional forums, Kelly, Amy, any of us in our work with other cities, to encourage other cities to use us as a roadmap, because I really think that that's exactly what other cities should be doing. We will not get it into a situation that Burien or Tukwila got into as long as we follow through on this brilliant plan. So thank you so much for your hard work.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, since we're all almost saying everything, I mean, everyone's saying a little bit, I might as well too. I just wanted to acknowledge that it's come a long way, and I know there was some consternation at the beginning and questions and concern, not just from myself and others, but also members of the community, and just really appreciate kind of how you balanced all of that and brought it together into something that we could all support. And I'm really excited to see the engagement plan. I think it's really robust, and I liked how you said, David, one of the focus areas is the two-way dialogue. That's something that I'm excited to see and have with all those involved. So thank you.
Thank you. I am also really proud of this work. So thank you, City Manager, for your hard work on this, and thank you, team. The question is on the motion to approve Resolution 5631, moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Well done, guys. All right, David, you're staying for the fiscal note?
Yes.
So our next item is the fiscal note regarding Resolution 5631. City Manager.
We actually don't have a presentation on this other than what David gave, but the fiscal note would authorize $75,000 to be used to implement the program as you have heard it described. Some of that money would be for potential temporary staff. Other elements of it would be for potential contracts, executing for people who can reach out to stakeholders better than we can, also for facilitation and other ways of implementing the communication plan.
Councilmember Black, do you have a question?
I'd like to get us started if you're entertaining a motion.
I think Councilmember Pascal raised his hand first. Thank you.
Before I make the motion, I just wanted to clarify what I was going to say. One of the things that with the fiscal note is that we didn't actually formally kind of tie it back to the engagement plan. Obviously, we're going to use it to fund the engagement plan, but I wanted to make sure we're real specific that that's what that's going to be used for, like have actual language to acknowledge it. So I had the city manager write up a motion that kind of expanded upon that to just formally reference it. I think it's good to actually, words matter, and I want to make sure that we formally reference the engagement plan. So this is the motion. I move to approve the fiscal note in the amount of $75,000 from the Police Proposition 1 Fund balance to implement the Resolution R 5631 Community Engagement Plan described in the R 5631 memo from e-page 87 through e-page 91 and the TREC Fieldwork Plan included as attachment 2 to the memo on page 95.
Second.
I might give that to Councilmember Black. Okay, so it has been moved on the motion to approve the fiscal note, and the motion particularly calls out the engagement plan. It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Councilmember Sweet?
As Mayor Curtis knows, I was balking at the $75,000 number earlier today. What you have described and has really taken what I read and put life into it. I'm excited to do this. It'd be wonderful if it didn't cost $75,000, but I think it's going to be a $75,000 really well spent. So thanks again.
Thank you for sharing that. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. I'll be supporting this fiscal note because I think the voices of our residents deserve to be heard during this process. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much. All right, City Manager, we are moving on to our last item, business item. Stores to Shore Greenway, Resolution 5635. City Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So our resolution here is potentially to approve speed limit reductions as part of the Stores to Shores Greenway. Here to make the presentation is our Transportation Manager, Doug McIntyre, and also our Transportation Planner, Victoria Kovacs, who is joining us virtually. So Doug, please, welcome.
Welcome, Doug.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. With me tonight is Victoria Kovacs, our resident expert on our Neighborhood Greenways program. The question in front of the council tonight is about approving a resolution to lower speed limits for the greenways, in this case specifically the Stores to Shores Greenway. Lowering the speed limits is a required element of the Greenways program, and Victoria will get into that in further detail. I will turn it over to her and be here to support Q&A. Thank you.
Victoria, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Doug. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Victoria Kovacs, the Transportation Planner in our Public Works Department, here to give you a briefing on the speed limit reduction for the Stores to Shores Neighborhood Greenway. This resolution would lower the speed limit on street segments of the Greenway route for local streets from 25 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour, collector street segments from 25 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour, and one particular collector street segment, Slater Avenue Northeast, from 35 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour. And immediately adjacent to that segment, there'll be one segment from 35 to 25 miles an hour, which I'll get into. So as a reminder, neighborhood greenways are a select network of low-speed, low-volume residential streets that are prioritized for walking and bicycling through the use of signage, pavement markings, and traffic and calming and control devices pictured here. Greenways are identifiable by their posted speed of 20 miles an hour and special branded green Kirkland Neighborhood Greenway signs with bicycle and pedestrian symbols. The purpose of a neighborhood greenway is to provide a route for people of all ages and abilities to feel safe and comfortable walking and riding bicycles as an alternative to busy arterials. Greenway routes have been identified in the Transportation Master Plan and revised through the outreach process and are guided by a standards document. I've listed some of these greenway criteria here, that the route must be low stress and appropriate for people of all ages and abilities. We're connecting destinations like schools, parks, and the Cross Kirkland corridor. We're building out a broader interconnected network as identified in that transportation plan. And we're balancing directness with hills. The performance measures of a greenway as we measure its success are low speeds for vehicles and low volumes for vehicles. We also make sure every crossing is safe with our RFBs or other traffic control devices, and we want to see an increase in use per year. The Stores to Shores Greenway will connect the stores or the urban center of Totem Lake to the shores or the urban center of downtown. It's generally east to west. I put up the slide to note that this change of 20 miles an hour would be accompanied by several traffic calming devices, including traffic circles, curb extensions, medians, speed cushions, crosswalks, and the like. We did get a particular question related to Flater Avenue Northeast. So this is a zoom in of that area, illustrating the many traffic calming devices that would be paired with speed limit reduction from 35 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour, including curb extension, some existing medians, new traffic circles, and new speed cushions. As a reminder, the city's current speed limit policy, policy R17, is an administrative policy under Public Works roadway pre-approved plans. It was last updated in 2009, and we are working on a separate work plan item to update that by next year. That'll be handled by our traffic engineers. But for purposes of today, this is our policy. It applies to collector and arterial streets, and speed limits are set using prevailing speeds or the 85th percentile, meaning the majority of what people are traveling. By default, all local streets are 25 miles an hour unless otherwise posted. Neighborhood greenways are really an exception to using this policy, as we are aiming for a goal of 20 miles an hour rather than what is the prevailing speed. By the RCW, local authorities may establish a maximum speed of 20 miles an hour without engineering investigation, such as a prevailing speed, if there are procedures such as what we have established for greenways. So to conclude, the recommendation from staff is for council to adopt resolution R5635 to change several street segments of the neighborhood greenway from 25 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour, and some collector street segments from 25 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour. This is a very particular map of those exact street extents, and I'm happy to answer any questions or go into those in detail.
Thank you, Victoria. Council, any questions? Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If there are no questions, I'll get us started with a motion.
That'd be great. Oh, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you.
Did you want a second?
No, I'm asking a question.
Councilmember Tinchism wanted to ask a question.
First, okay.
I just wanted to clarify that there's no current enforcement plan that would be triggered by this, and that we're, during the first 30 to 60 days of this being implemented, we would be giving warnings or something if people were speeding.
Yes, this would
this
not
isn't a-
take effect until the greenway is constructed and the signs are in place.
Okay.
This is anticipated to be advertised for construction next month. So the construction likely wouldn't happen until this fall or this spring. And in speaking with police on other traffic control, they do typically issue warnings for about a month before enforcing.
All right, well, I'm not going to attempt to amend this or anything, but I would like to see the police give adequate time for people to kind of get used to this. Thanks.
City Manager, did you have something you wanted to add?
I think Victoria answered it, but yeah, we would definitely want plenty of pre-warning before anyone got a ticket with a change in reduction of speeds. I'm happy to report back on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move for adoption of Resolution R5635, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Kirkland approving speed limit reductions for certain street segments of the Stores to Shores Greenway and street segments adjacent to the Greenway.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet to pass Resolution 5635. Council, any additional discussion? All those in favor? Oh, Councilmember Pascal.
I didn't know if Councilmember Black was going to
Do you
speak
want
to his
speak
motion.
To the motion?
Nope.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I wanted to kind of just reiterate a topic that in discussion I had with the staff earlier when I read the packet. And I think just kind of by way of context, and many of you know this, is one of the other things I get to do in my council duties is sit on the Washington State Active Transportation Safety Council. and that body, and represent Kirkland and Association of Washington Cities. And that body's primary purpose is really around improving safety for pedestrians and bicyclists. And as such, the thing that we've been really focused on is reducing vehicle speeds along primary routes where we see bikers and pedestrians. And to do that, there's two things that we've really been advocating for. One is to really look at our speed limit policies and reduce speed limits on these corridors, and then also at the same time look at speed management devices. So introduce traffic calming to reinforce the speeds, because just adding signage isn't necessarily going to always result in a reduction in vehicle speeds. And so when I originally read this, these really great maps weren't attached to the packet, so I kind of was breathing hard when I saw that Slater was going from 35 to 20, and then I was like, oh my gosh, well, hopefully it's not just, we're just putting up 20-mile-an-hour signs and calling it good. But then when we saw the map and the robust traffic calming, which I very much support, and I think that's, very necessary in this case, my anxiety went away, and definitely support this. But one of the things that I did want to add as part of this resolution was just to clarify one of the, and add a whereas statement. And so I wanted to make a motion to where, add an additional statement that very clearly says that the state law requires the legislative body to make changes to the speed limit, because if we don't, and let's say that signs just went up without us actually taking action, a really well-paid defense attorney could go to the judge and get those citations thrown out, because we have to make the change, because that's our constitutional duties, that's our police duties as a legislative body. So I wanted to add a whereas statement, and so this is my amendment to amend Resolution R5635, adding a whereas provision beginning at line 1 on page 112 to read as follows. Whereas RCW 4661-415 authorizes the City Council as the City of Kirkland's local authority to determine and declare speed limits on streets within Kirkland, determined to be reasonable and safe maximum limits thereon. And
Councilmember Pascal, you said it goes at line 1?
yeah,
Okay.
it would be the first whereas statement.
Is there a second on his amended motion?
Second.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I thought the well-paid defense attorney
Don't
would
look at me.
jump in. Just maybe. Okay, so there has been a motion to amend Resolution 5635 by Councilmember Pascal, second by Deputy Mayor Arnold. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, all those, they're puzzling. I'll give it a minute. Councilmember Black.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just normally we'd have something in writing. I'm not an auditory learner, so
It's in your email.
I looked.
it wasn't,
It's
okay.
not.
Oh. I didn't.
No, Mayor?
I don't
Well,
have it.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, really?
Can you send it again?
It came across at 8:30.
I haven't.
Oh, well,
Madam Mayor, just a moment to read the
Yes.
amendment. Thanks.
yes. My email's not refreshing. Yes, thank you.
And just, to clarify, it's a whereas statement, so it's not an action. It's
May I direct a question to Councilmember Pascal?
Yes, you may, go ahead.
Okay. So I'm,
just Victoria.
is this referencing the whole city? Is this referencing just this specific action? I'm trying to understand the purpose.
So right now, the whereas basically says that that our policies give us the authority to modify speed limits. And actually what gives us authority is not our policies, it's state law. And we are, in state law, we don't say anything about state law gives us the authority to, and actually requires us to take action to modify speed limits. And so that this simply just adds that fact to the resolution.
City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I asked Victoria, I just forwarded it to her, asked her to post it on the screen so you can see the amendment, and I also asked the city attorney to comment on the amendment which we helped Councilmember Pascal draft.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager and Madam Mayor. I mean, just to speak briefly to the proposed amendment from Councilmember Pascal, the state law says that the local authority that has the power to adopt police power regulations must make decisions about speed limit reductions within its jurisdiction. And I think what Councilmember Pascal is wanting to make sure that we've done well in the resolution is make it clear that to the extent it's not immediately obvious that under state law, local authority in the context of the city of Kirkland is the city council to ensure that we're insulated from a challenge to who adopted, who approved the changes.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, do you?
I don't have additional questions. I'm going to make a comment. I haven't had time to examine this. I will be not supporting this amendment just because I would have needed more time to examine this. And if somebody wants to make a motion to set this over 2 weeks, I'll consider the amendment. But at this point, I just haven't had an opportunity to look at it.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Question for city attorney. Does this strengthen the referendum,
The strengthen the, I'm sorry?
the resolution?
I think so. I mean, I think it does. It certainly doesn't hurt it. I mean, the phrase local authority doesn't scream, legislative body, but is defined in a different statute as the governing body of a city that has the authority to adopt police power regulations, which is you. And so I think this does make it clear that this action taken by the council is taken by the local authority of the city of Kirkland. So I think it does help.
Thank you. Then I will be.
All right, that's good enough.
Okay. Councilmember Black, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, the question is on the Pascal amendment. Made by Councilmember Pascal, second by Deputy Mayor Arnold. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Amendment carries 7-0. Question is on the amended motion 5635, made by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Sweet. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries 7-0. Thank you. So council, thank you, Victoria, and thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We're at 9 o'clock. We could power through. We have council reports and the LRM. I do expect the LRM to take a little while. Do you guys want to break or do you want to keep moving? Everybody's saying power through. Okay.
Oh, all right. We'll power through. That's fine. I'm going to still stand up.
John's going to stretch.
Move.
All right. We are going to move to
Thank you, guys.
council reports, and I'm going to mix things up and move to Councilmember Tim Chisholm first.
Oh, the tables have changed. Look who's got the power now. So let's see. Went to a great Pride flag raising this week. There was donuts. That was, for me, one of the great parts of the event. It was great to see so many people in attendance, and it was a fabulous event. And I appreciated the invitation, and I appreciate the hard work that Mayor Curtis and Councilmember Falcone put into that event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Sweet?
Couple things. Had a most recent meeting of MUPAC, which basically the emphasis of the MUPAC discussion in conjunction with RWQC is how do we use MUPAC in a way that supports the decision-making by RWQC. So we are really focused on building that relationship and building it in, even if we have to, somehow into some legislative level in terms of assuring that there is that technical expertise available for RWQC decision-making. Also had our second of 4 EMS planning meetings, and it is steady as she goes. So at this point in time, we are not looking at any increases, but I believe that just increases in cost of living and that kind of stuff is going to cost us a pretty penny. Cascade Water Alliance, we chose Tacoma, and we're still having some negotiations with Seattle with regard to the issues of water rights and moving forward with water rights. The mayor was amenable to having that discussion. The division is not as amenable to having that discussion, so we may be going back to the mayor just to press a little bit in terms of long-term arrangements for cities across the county. Ravens Way opening. I want to thank Councilmember Pascal for kind of taking charge as doing the speaking piece. Councilmember Falcone and Pascal and myself were there. It was fun. It was fun to see a project that was so kid-oriented, kid-started, and kid-starring take place. And then the NAMI Walk this weekend, I was proud to join Mayor Curtis, and Councilmember Black. It was fun. I've been to many, many NAMI walks over the years. This was about as big as I've seen it. And with the constraints of the what's it called? The scramble, it made everybody go through that funnel. So everybody got close, upfront pictures of what it's going to look like, and it was really fun and fun to be part of that. That is all.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lots of good stuff happening. As usual, I listened in live to the Planning Commission's public hearing on the comp plan a couple weeks ago. You know, it's a little, I like to nerd out and watch, you know, as many of our board and commission meetings as I can to keep up to speed. And I feel that these in particular really help me kind of process what the public's thinking and process what the Planning Commission is thinking on issues that are going to come before us. So I encourage you to nerd out with me if you want to. We could even, you know, get together and have some treats while we nerd out together. But anyway, that's been really helpful for me, and I encourage you to do so. I really went on a building inspection ride-along to help celebrate Building Safety Month last week. It was really informative, so thank you to John, our building inspector supervisor. It was a fantastic, educational, and fun day. Yeah, it was. We met some great people, and I thought it was fantastic. Like, thank you for that. Thank you for supporting that. Really enjoyed the Fire Station 22 engine push-in. That was really fun to celebrate, and we have another one coming up, I think, on Monday at Fire Station 25, so lots of great stuff to celebrate. I also really enjoyed the Raven Way sign unveiling. To me, it was a student-driven initiative to have this sign installed, but to me, it's also bigger than that. This is years and years of advocacy by our Black students in particular, but by students who really care about equity to change that mascot, and this was a symbolic moment in that movement. So I just want to thank all the students who have probably already graduated from Juanita High School for the years of advocacy leading up to that moment. It was really special to get to be a part of that, and I can say personally, I'm really excited that my incoming freshman next year will be a Raven, so really happy for that. Coming up this Thursday, we have our next King County Affordable Housing Committee meeting. I'm raising this because we continue to review various cities' housing elements of their comprehensive plans, and it's really helpful to see what our comments are and what our critiques are of other cities' housing elements as we work on our housing elements. I think it's really going to sharpen our plan. I meet with, thank you so much, Adam Weinstein, for meeting with me and helping me prepare for each of those meetings, and it's really useful to kind of just talk through some of those issues, make sure that, you know, and that we have the right language and we're doing all the right things, that so we hopefully get an A+, but I think that we're certainly learning along the way, and like I've mentioned before, we're not being gentle. We're being pretty strong with holding cities to be accountable for their housing elements of their comp plan. So expect that when it's Kirkland's turn. Thank you, Councilmember Tim Chisholm, for mentioning the flag raising. I believe that was yesterday. This week is already seems like it's a few weeks, even though it's only a couple days into it. I just want to thank staff for all the hard work. I know a lot of staff really put a lot of work into making that a really wonderful, beautiful celebration. And thank you to all the staff who came out to celebrate together. It was really a beautiful moment. I really, really enjoy and look forward to that. So it's a fantastic tradition that we've started that I hope will continue for many, many years here at City Hall. I am really looking forward this weekend, along with Deputy Mayor Arnold, to throwing out the first pitch at our Kirkland softball championships for a couple of the different girl athlete levels. I believe I'll be throwing out for the Coast teams. This is where, for those who are not familiar with Little League, I am knee deep in it with all my kids in Little League, but every year for certain levels, certain age groups and above, the top champion team from Kirkland National Little League plays the top champion team from Kirkland American Little League in a city championship. My daughter got to play in it last year. It was super fun. My son has a game tomorrow night that will determine whether he's playing on Saturday. But I'm really thrilled and honored to be able to help celebrate those awesome girl athletes in our city. So really looking forward to that. That's at Everest Park. I think the one I'm doing is at 1:30. I'm not sure about Deputy Mayor Arnold's first pitch. Next week, council members Pascal, Tim Chisholm, and as well as city staff will be attending our Lake Washington School District Coordinating Committee meeting. Perhaps more to come later about that. I'm excited to celebrate the opening of the new temporary, again, temporary, just want to emphasize that, pickleball courts and community gardens at the Houghton Park and Ride next week. The Tiny House Village tour, for those of you in the public who are actually listening. This is part of the education piece that we're doing as a council and staff to really make sure that we understand the different options out there and the different potential resources and solutions as part of the work that we're doing to address the affordable housing and homelessness crisis here in our city. Also looking forward to volunteering at the Juneteenth event, as well as attending the Kirkland Youth Council Spring Celebration coming up soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. I think everything mostly has been raised already. The only items I have to add are, I would say, high school related. One was that I did have the opportunity to speak to the AP government classes. There's two of them. They're made up of seniors at Juanita High School. So spoke for 50 minutes and had the support and the help of the communications team here at the city, and one of our newest staff members made an amazing kind of slide deck that kind of showed all about Kirkland and government and how to be a council member, what we do, how we get elected, all that kind of stuff. And you know, they didn't have many questions, but the two questions that they asked were are you going to seek higher office? It was all about me. And when will you be mayor? And I was like, I didn't give him much of an answer on that one. But yeah, they were interested. They actually paid attention the whole time. And my daughter came up to me afterwards and said, Dad, you did a good job. And my friends were impressed. So that was pretty good accolades there. The second item is that the senior car cruise is this coming Sunday at 7:45, and I know that many of us have participated in that in the past, and the maps are available online, social media, and you know, I know the fire department's going to be out there. I think the police department as well. So I will hope others do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Last Thursday, the mayor and I met with the Evergreen Hill neighborhood association leadership, and they highlighted a number of neighborhood-specific issues, and we linked them to the appropriate staff. As Councilmember Falcone had mentioned, I also did a building inspector ride-along as part of Building Safety Month, and just was, as we looked at different projects, was really struck by the scale of development that's happening in the city. We looked at residential, we looked at multifamily, there are commercial projects going on, and these building inspectors are making sure that each of these projects at each stage are meeting the building code, the electrical code, mechanical, plumbing, and they've got to do it every single day as before walls go up on the electrical, and explained really the whole process. And a lot of work going on. It was very impressive to see the work that our building inspectors are doing to ensure that as our community grows, that the buildings are safe and meeting current code. So that, I think everything else everybody's touched. One upcoming thing is be attending the AWC conference, and I wanted to see if anybody else is, or if I'm automatically Kirkland's delegate.
I think you're it.
Okay, then we need no action.
Thank you for attending. That's it?
I'd be interested in learning more about that from you at a later time.
The AWC conference?
Yeah.
He'll report out, yeah. Okay. Happy Pride. Thank you to staff for a great financial retreat. That was really worthwhile. I sent everybody the AWC statement of policy. If you have time, at least read the first page, the core principles. I would love to have your feedback. And if we have any amendments, the Deputy Mayor can represent on when he attends the conference. I attended the AWC Large City Advisory Committee meeting. It was primarily about how different the next legislative session will be with a new governor, a lot of leadership change, and a lot of new representatives and senators. I have 2 regional meetings this week. RWQC, I wish that I had former Mayor Sweet sitting on my shoulder during those meetings. And I have the Growth Management Planning Board and PIC. So that's it for me. Thank you. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Couple quick things. One, as Councilmember Falcone mentioned, the interim uses at the, oh, go ahead, sorry.
I guess Councilmember Black has something.
Yeah, I did forget one thing I wanted to report out about, and that has to do with the legislative work group. Just a reminder to my colleagues that June is the month where Diana Hart, our government affairs manager, is going to be reaching out to you to schedule your one-on-one statewide policy discussion of priorities with Diana Hart. So please make yourself available for that when she reaches out to you about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Apologies.
No
Try
problem.
again.
Always happy to defer. So just as I was mentioning, the Houghton Park and Ride interim uses are opening up. Some of you may know the gardens actually are already up and running, and the pickleball, don't let Jim Lopez hear this, the pickleball nets will be going up next week, and games will start as soon as those go up. As a reminder to the council, we are holding an informal photo op at 3 p.m. on June 11th, for those of you who can make it. And obviously, you're welcome to go out and selfie yourself anytime you want. And there will be a grand opening on August 8th at the Park and Ride. So very excited about bringing that set of new investments and opportunities to the city for recreation.
City Manager, are the gates open then? Fences down?
I think so, yeah. Okay. I'll have to get, maybe phone a friend on Lynn if she has more details, if she's listening, to exactly how it's going to happen. I also, go ahead. I see her. Lynn.
Hi. We don't technically have it open yet. You can access the site, obviously because of the gardens are open. The pickleball courts are not open yet because there's a contractor on site working right now, putting the fencing around the pickleball court. But yeah, primarily the gardens are accessible.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Oh,
go ahead.
Who is running who's doing the gardens?
Lynn, don't go. Councilmember Sweet has a question.
Who's working the gardens?
Who's working the gardens?
I mean, is it TILF? Is it neighbors? Is it?
Oh, sorry, they are P patches, and so what we did was have them allocated out based upon the waiting list. So all of those folks on the waiting list had been waiting for an available garden. So we went through that first.
Great.
And then we would open it up from there.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure they were very popular.
Sorry, one other update before we get to the legislative request memo. So I just want to remind the council that we started a new packet assembly process that you authorized us. It's called One Meeting. And we've been doing a lot of work for the past year, particularly the finance department and the city clerk's office. We are shooting to have the very first packet done in this new system on the August council meeting. The reason I want to give you a heads up on this is we're doing a lot of training on how to write memos based on the feedback you provided to the city clerk and to Carly when they talked to you. And also we're going to be training staff on how to use the new process. The memos that you see won't look much different when you get them in the packet, with one exception, which is a recommendation several you made, which is to have now an executive summary section in the memo. So if you will be able to read that if you're cramped for time a little bit. It'll also be sortable by that executive summary section. So you could actually go ahead and just pull all the executive summaries if you wanted and read them if you had a time crunch. When we do this training, we also want to just offer it to the council members if you're interested. So I just want to give you a heads up. You're going to get a request from the finance and clerk's office. Just say, if any of you are interested in a 1-hour training on One Meeting, so what is it going to look like from the group that assembles it, you're welcome to have that training. It's not required. And again, it's not going to look any different to you. But we're pretty excited about it because when we're done, it should be much more searchable. The website will be much easier for you to find documents you've already approved, and it'll also help us assemble a packet with that's a little bit easier for you and the public to read. So I just head up that that's coming. And then I want to see if, calendar update follows the legislative request memo. So those are all I have, but until we get the LRM. So I want to go ahead and introduce Adam Weinstein, our Planning and Building Director, to just talk about the options that we've highlighted on the under the legislative request memo. This was requested back in February by Councilmember Falcone and approved by the rest of the council. And so there was a memo in the packet, and Adam is going to summarize the various options, and then we look forward to discussion from the council.
Thank you.
All right. All right, just give me a sec to share. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Deputy Mayor Arnold and City Council members. So yeah, this is a very short slideshow, obviously, tonight. It's really just one slide, and the slide here just outlines the options that are in your legislative review memo. But just as a reminder, this was about when you talked about the planning work program, when you adopted the planning work program, there was one item that was scheduled for the very end of the 2024 to 2026 planning work program, which was really looking at the zoning on school sites. And what council asked for was whether we could figure out a way to expedite that work. Council really emphasized not just creating zoning for the site and bringing it to council for adoption, but really convening, educating, and advocating with outside groups like the school district and like the community to figure out what the best zoning is to meet the needs of the community and the needs of the school district. So here are the options that we have. I should say, writing this LRM made me a little bit sad because this is exactly the type of work that we get to do, that we like to do in-house. This is very much what we want to do as a planning and building department. But as you know, the planning work program, especially for next year, is really, really busy. Where we'll have just wrapped up the comprehensive plan, and then we'll be doing all sorts of comp plan implementation, along with all sorts of state mandates being implemented in the first half of the year, and possibly trickling down to the second half of this year as well. So some of the options that you see involve consultant assistance. So I'll just run through the options really quickly, and then you can discuss or ask questions. But the first option is really just postponing items on the existing planning work program so that we could replace some of those with this task. The second option is hiring a consultant, and then a fraction of a senior planner to oversee the consultant to do the work, which would cost something like $175,000. That's just an estimate. The third option is hiring a half full FTE senior planner to actually do the work in-house. It might be hard just to hire a half-time planner, so we also provided the budget to hire a full-time planner. So that option would be something like $60,000 to $120,000. And then option 4 is really a supplement to options 2 and 3, which would be hiring another 0.5 temporary position, maybe a senior planner, maybe something like a senior planner, to do all of the outreach and education that would be needed to accomplish the task. And then, of course, option 5 is really no action, just do the work on this task as anticipated in the already adopted planning work program. So happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you. Council, who wants to start? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Adam, and thank you, team, for bringing this back to us tonight. I remember, gosh, probably like 4 or 5 years ago, the first time, at least, I was involved in a conversation about this with Lake Washington School District. And when it was first raised, it was really framed in around examining the district property zoning in consideration of both increasing school capacity and workforce housing, right? Like through both of those lenses for both of those purposes, and anything additional that we weren't thinking of that could come up in the conversation. And both of these are really, really important. And as we know, those of us who are tracking what's happening in Lake Washington School District, the student enrollment projections are slightly different than they were a few years ago. And so although school capacity is likely to remain something that they're focused on, not nearly as much so as a few years ago when this conversation first started. So I still have that in my mind, but I'm really seeing school property as an opportunity to partner to bring workforce housing for district employees and for potentially others in the community. And I remember the last time that council discussed this, we talked a lot, you kind of hinted at, but we really talked a lot about the city leading or convening a conversation and exploring potential partnerships. And so to me, that's still really, really important because, rezoning is great. It's something I think we should continue to keep on our planning work program. But we need to get the ball rolling in talking about how to actually get some of this stuff done. And I think about Deputy Mayor Arnold's comments at our joint retreat with the Planning Commission recently about piloting things. And I feel like this is potentially an opportunity for piloting something rather than still looking at it comprehensively, in 2026, but starting the conversation around what is their appetite to do, what are their resources to do, and potential partnerships to do to really bring an actionable lens to this. So what I would like to propose is that we do not take action on this tonight, and that we, make sure, I believe we've already added it, but make sure we discuss this at on our agenda with our coordinating committee meeting with Lake Washington School District next week. And that 2, we ask Kurt and staff to develop in option 6 that really focuses on convening a conversation and exploring potential partnerships with the city-led, really focusing on potential for pilots or other opportunities for workforce housing on school district property. And I'd like to discuss that with the school district as part of that development of an option like that.
So
Yes, City Manager.
I just want to say, if that's, you need to make that as a motion, if that was your suggestion, or you might want to have other conversations first, but.
Okay.
Is it a motion to table?
Well, there's no motion on the table yet.
Why don't we continue the conversation and come back?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Falcone, for your leadership on this. I support the direction that you're going. I think from this set of options, option 5 of taking no action is the appropriate one. We are way ahead of where the school district is right now, and it would be different if the school district was asking us to have this happen sooner or was prepared to take advantage of extra capacity if we were going to provide it. But they're not there yet, and so 2026 in the Planning Commission recommended work program is the appropriate place for this. But you bring up a good point that says, how do we get them to have that conversation? I like the idea of exploring a pilot. I'm not willing to move forward with city resources until we've got something on their side saying that they're willing to work for it, but perhaps we could start to have a conversation or continue the conversation that's been having within the coordinating committee. So for a motion, as we move forward, would be supporting motion 5 or option 5 and looking for, or also supportive of some direction to see if explore if there's an opportunity for a pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
I actually support the general direction that we're talking right here, but I think there's a piece missing, and that is church properties. It seems to me that's a very similar conversation, and I know in our conversation with Arch, they both came up in terms of areas where Arch would like some emphasis. So I think it might be a little bit more of a broad conversation, very specific to the school district in terms of willingness to be part of it, but recognizing that the only land we've got available in cities going forward could be on those larger properties. So I'd like to somehow figure out a way to commingle that a little bit, but I also support no action of number 5 at this point, putting off the big conversation to having some smaller conversations around honing in a general direction, because I think the church property discussion is almost more important because those properties are actually becoming available.
I have Councilmember Black next, and then Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a question and then a comment. The question really comes from Councilmember Sweet's comments a moment ago, I guess, looking at the director. As part of the comp plan planning, we are looking at faith-based properties, no?
Yeah, that's correct. And when the housing element comes to you, you'll see a very explicit policy about doing exactly that. Councilmember Black working with faith-based organizations to change development regulations and sort of collaborate with them to build more housing and other sort of community-serving facilities.
So that in some ways, that's a part of the accelerated work plan because it's part of the comp plan work. Okay, just want to make sure I understood that. So, and then that was my question. My comment actually is that Deputy Mayor Arnold basically captured everything that I was going to say. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Arnold. It's really, for me, it's about the capacity of the Lake Washington School District to take advantage of our work. If we're going to accelerate the work and incur opportunity costs or out-of-pocket costs associated with that, I want to make sure the school district has the capacity to actually take advantage of that in the short time frame that we're actually talking about. And so what I actually like the direction that Councilmember Falcone, you were going. I would just ask that we make sure that the members of our coordinating committee, I think we need to ask the hard question of the school district, really pointedly, is this a type of initiative, if taken by the city in a leadership role, is this something that the school district would have the capacity to actually take advantage of, even in the context of a potential pilot? I just would really like to hear back from our members of our coordinating committee what the school district really thinks about that, because I think that's going to be important to me. So I don't know what this means for a motion. I'm kind of supporting the idea of I think where Councilmember Falcone you were going, which is sort of like no action, but action on a cooperative discussion with the Lake Washington School District. Thanks.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I'll save my 2044 comp plan comments for that discussion. Councilmember Falcone, I appreciate your work on this. In my experience, when it comes to the subject of housing for employees of the Lake Washington School District, I have received a lot of more candid feedback from the Lake Washington Education Association and the unions that represent both the teachers and the non-certified employees that work on these campuses. And if this discussion moves further, I would hope to incorporate them into the discussion, because they do give candid answers when sometimes the Lake Washington School District has a more cautious approach. And, but I'd be interested in continuing this conversation. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal?
Well, I just say that I agree with a lot of what's been said, and I support where Councilmember Falcone's going, where the concern would be to approve option 5, and that basically says that, you know, we're waiting until 2026. I think what I heard from Councilmember Falcone is let's give us an opportunity to have a discussion with the leadership at Lake Washington School District, and that might entail maybe a revised option or another option that's more targeted about communication and partnering and not about planning necessarily. And so it could be something else, but let us just explore that first before we kind of just say no. That's what I heard you say. And so it might come back where we might come back and say, oh yeah, let's not move forward. We're not getting much traction, but we might come back and have just a tweak of this LRM. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Councilmember Sweet, and then I'm gonna take a turn.
Just one little teeny piece. I agree with the whole cycle of things getting where they are, but I go back to Councilmember Tim Chisholm's comment. I think it will be important in that conversation to talk about the other affected stakeholders in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. So the need for increasing capacity at school sites and increasing housing is undeniable. But when I was reading this and assessing it, I was at number 5 because what's already been said, it doesn't feel like the school district is there yet. So if we consider Councilmember Falcone's option 6, because my quick tally, we're kind of half and half on 5 and 6, what I'm worried about is that we're still going to incur a lot of staff time and additional cost. So I think the first thing we do is we have the ad hoc group has the conversation with the school district. Is this something that's important to you? Can we partner on that? But before we move forward, I would still want to go back and look at what the cost to us will be. And are they interested in partnering financially with that potential cost? When we approved this work program, we knew it was going to be the planning work program. We knew it was going to be ambitious, and the affordable housing incentives, we don't want to table. We've been talking about curb management and parking policy for years. So we can't move things around, and I also don't want to spend $120,000 and not have the school district act on it. Yeah. So I may be at a 6, but I need to know what that costs. Yeah. Okay, city manager.
So I think the council has 2 options, and of course, whatever majority you want to do is you can have as many options as you want. But one option would be simply to table the legislative request memo until such time as you've had a conversation with the school district at the next ad hoc meeting. And then based on the feedback you get on that, you could leave it on the table forever, or you could pull it off and do something different. Or you could also request a different legislative request memo. So that'd be option 1, probably give you the most options. Option 2 would be just make a motion now to approve option 5 and basically end this LRM, and then still have the conversation at the school district, and then bring up something new if you want to. So I think you could do either one of those tonight.
All right, who wants to step forward? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move option 5, taking no action, and refer this issue to the School District Coordinating Committee.
All right, it has been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Sweet, to take action on number 5, to have a further conversation with the the ad hoc work group, which will come back to us with a new recommendation. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, and Kathy will walk through that. All right. That concludes the LRM. Anything else?
So just any other calendar updates from the council?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, then that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
All right. We are at before 10 o'clock, and we've approved the consent agenda, but it does not change for today, correct?
It's not changed for today, so.
All
there's-
right, so since the rest of our meeting has concluded before 10 p.m., this is additional time for the council. It's the last chance, Kyle. You're here. Additional time for the council to hear from the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address council? If so, please sign up either using the QR code posted in council chambers or the online public comment links. His physical body is moving backwards. Community members will be called on in order which they signed up. City clerk, we have no one. Kyle's not interested. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.
Thank you.